Hello, hello. Welcome to the IRO GT Endurance Championship 2025 Round 10 Spa 24 hours. Alrighty, let's get to the big one to finish the season. 24 hours in Belgium. Just a couple of minutes away from the formation lap. Then we should get the green flag at 3 p.m. GMT. So, hope you are ready for this. We have developing situation in the chat, so I can probably get rid of this for a moment. So, race director said we have a wet stint already. I have the weather radar up for you, so we see what's going on, and it's raining currently at the track. So this means the first stint will be wet. Or probably not for the first 2 or 3 laps, but shortly after. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes when the rain actually attacks, but it will be a wet stint already. So that is the race director's announcement. So we can go back to the race info. So we see Spa Franchorchamps, 4.352 miles, 19 turns. Last season we saw Overboost Racing Team winning in the Lexus RCF. You have all tires available. The soft tire is mandatory if it's not wet during a stint. So keep that in mind. We have, although the weather forecast looks like it's showers all the way for this event, so every stint we could see some rain. It's not guaranteed, but yeah. Just in case, the soft tire then would be mandatory if the stint won't be declared as wet. So that's for all of you. Let's have a look at the cars, the spotter's guide. So we go into the final round with 11 teams, 3 teams not able to compete. That is the number 1 Overboost Racing Team entry, the 11 Project Platypus, and the number 7 Eric's Racing. All 3 teams have withdrawn throughout this season. So 11 still left on the grid for all of us. Let's have a quick look at the qualifying result yesterday. Loose Moose Racing taking pole position in the Aston Martin V12 Vantage GT3 car. None other than TRL Lightning qualified that car on pole position with a blistering 2:15.0. Joining him on the second row, it will be Sector 7 Racing Esports. Was Antonio, who is also taking the first stint, joining him on the front row. The second row, we have the 44 car Esports Race Asylum Team Antonio with a very good qualifying P3 for that GTR, and alongside it's another GTR Maddie qualified the 45 Nissan for last minute racing in P4. And we have the third row, the back-to-back winners, Project 1 Racing, Jake in the number 20 Aston on P5 alongside with the 66 entry for GT Finland Racers. That's another Nissan GTR. On that fourth row we have an all Sector 7 Racing row, the 64 and the 764 car alongside. And oh, we are getting ready for the formation lap. So wait, need to bring up my stuff. Spectate. Race director eager to start this one, so I was just talking about things, but we have a little bit of time. before we get to the green flag. Let's hope I get my clock ready as well. Nice one. So we go. It should be okay now, I think. So it is slightly moist currently, but it looks like most of the drivers are starting on the slick tires. Let's have a look. In fact, everyone is using the racing soft on that formation lap. Yeah. So this means, yeah, we will have a dry start to the race, and then at some point we will get into the spicy stuff again. Just listening to the cars and the race director's announcement. So formation lap speed, that's the final time the cars will go that slow even in rainy conditions. As always, once we approach the final sector, we will head into double file formation, rolling side-by-side start. Then for this final round of the 2025 GT Endurance Championship season here, presented by the International Racing Organization. So getting into that bespoken final sector now. Lightning leading, Antonio P2, and Evo taking the first stint for the 44 car. On the bottom of the screen you see the championship standings. I forgot about that. So let's quickly bring them up. So you see on the right hand side it's just 1 point separating Sector 7 Racing Esports and the Esports Race Asylum team. That's the battle for the championship. Definitely P3 also not decided yet. Project 1 Racing, Last Minute Racing, maybe even Grid Life Racing in the mix and for the championship. So yeah, just got that out of the way, and I think now we should get closer to the double file formation. Let's see, maybe we are doing the 24-hour layout start. I'm also a bit confused now what we're doing. We're going side by side into the chicane. Okay. And will we wait? It looks like we won't be starting on the start finish. We will be starting after La Source. That's a nice start indeed. Looking good. So they're coming around the first turn, and then the run down into Eau Rouge. We will go green for the 24 hours. And now we are basically just on time, 3 o'clock, and we go green, green, green. It is, come on, start the race, finally, let's go. The 35 hitting the accelerator, and we go single file mostly. No, we go 2, 3 wide, 2 orange and Radion in the background, already slipstreaming, coming on to the Camel Straight. We see 3, 4 wide situations here happening. Who is backing out, who is staying on the throttle for the first braking zone into Lake Holm. And it looks like we make it, but still 2 wide, 3 wide situations on those first couple of laps. Maddie dropped down to P7, the 66 car with a good start, and also Jakey in the Porsche with a good one for Grid Life Racing. So plenty of side-by-side racing action from P4 to P8 for Last Minute Racing on this first run. Lightning with a good start, nearly a second already to Antonio in P2 for the Sector 7 Racing Esports. Evo P3 kept that position. France for Project 1 Racing in P4 gained a couple of spots. Cody also started P7 for the Mekuga team, Sector 7 Racing. Erzux for the GT Finland Racers, P6. Maddie got past Jakey again. P7 is Jakey. And in 8 we have Checo. And for Apex Hunter Racing in P9, Hide lost a couple of positions. It is Aston Martin for the Boomers in 10th and Sluxy in the 77. Ooh, close. Will he get that move stick? Yeah, late on the brakes for the chicane. But that was close between Sluxy and Hide. So after the first completed lap, we have Loose Moose Racing leading. Sector 7 Racing Esports in P2 and Esports Racing Salem P3. So the number 5 car and the number 44 car in the championship, separated by just 1 point. I think whoever finishes in front of the other team will win the championship in 2025. So that's the battle to watch for this 24-hour event, definitely. And maybe it's also the battle for the race win. We shall see. We shall see. In P4, it's Project 1 Racing back-to-back winners for the previous 2 rounds. Can they make it 3 in a row? In there, number 20, Aston Martin. Cody lost 1 position to Erzux. And the 66 car got past the 64 AMG. And last minute racing with Maddie on the charge. Getting close. Close. Not close enough though. Has to wait probably for the run into the chicane at the end of the lap. Coming out of Stavelo now. Will he get the run? Not pulling on the inside, giving him a slight little bump. Through Blanchiment we go. It's still very close between P4, 5, 6 and 7. I think for the first couple of minutes now, don't risk too much. We know that, I don't know, maybe 10-15 minutes into that race, the rain should fall. So this will be the first very important decision for the drivers to make. When to pit. Stay out for 1 more on slicks or pit early. Get on to probably the intermediate tires. And so for now it looks like drivers have found their rhythm, their positions. For now top 3 with a little gap. Then France opened up that gap to Cody. Just about, and Maddie got past the 66. Oh, we didn't see that. So the 66 Nissan dropped down to P7. And if I'm not mistaken, we don't have a weather radar showing on the right hand side. Sometimes we get lucky and the game gives us the weather radar when we cycle through the drivers. For now it looks like we have the track map showing for most of them. Sluxy having a fight with Hide for P10. Currently, Aston Martin with a good run out of Stavello. Sluxy defending this line into Blanchimont. For now, will he stay to the inside for the braking zone? Kinda, yeah. And here we go. This could be interesting. Erzug's under pressure. Jakey right behind. Not sending it into La Source. What about Maddie behind Cody as well? 3/10. He's closing that gap. We might see a move into Lecomte now, on top of Radion, and a good run. And Maddie with a slingshot run past Cody. Cody's still there on the inside. No, Toxin behind. Gives up that position for now. So up to P5 for the 45. France. The gap to Ivo, 2.5 seconds already. Ivo staying with Antonio for now, and Lightning opened up that gap, 1.5 seconds for now, so creeping out of the slipstream range early. Looking at the deltas, Maddie seems to be closing that gap to France in P4 as well. Cody trying to stay with the 45, and then we have this three-way fight between Jakey, Erzugs, and Jacko. Grid Life Racing, GT Finland Racers, and Apex Hunter Racing. And also Sluxy versus Hide. The Race Asylum Black Porsche versus the Sector 7 Racing Boomers Aston Martin. Again, good exit out of Stavello. Oh, late on the brakes. Too late. Oh, that cost him more than 2 seconds, that attempt, so maybe he just missed his braking marker by a little bit. No answer. The first song will be during stint number 4. Oh, you have to wait until it's nighttime, at least here for me. Ivo cluing to the rear of Antonio for the first couple of laps here, and now the question arises, when will we see the rain? Oh, it's like very, very overcast now, but no rain on the windshield or the track. So it's push as hard as you can on those slick tires. He's closing that gap. Wasn't close enough. No. Here we go. France versus Maddie. P4 versus P5. The 20 versus the 45. Into La Source. No, not quite. But we could see a move onto the Camel Straight. But then on the other hand, we know like that Aston Martin has some pace. We saw that last time around at Road Atlanta on that long back straight. The other teams couldn't keep up with that straight line speed, and if I remember correctly in the qualifying yesterday, Jake always was purple on the first sector like 2-3/10. So that's why it might be quite difficult and to go for the move. And then again, if you're running a bit of a low drag aero setup, and if it starts raining, who knows? And we see the windshield wiper now starting, so looks like the first raindrops are falling. Rain hasn't hit the track so far, but we saw definitely the windshield wipers going, so it stopped again. So just the first couple of drops, but it will get more definitely. Let's say at least one more lap on those softs is doable. But the speed is increasing on those wipers, so we might get a moist track very, very soon. Here we go. I see the first indicators on the track now. The surface starting to wet. Oh, and Maddie with a nice little run into the bus stop and goes for a move. Oh, early pit stop for France. What about the others? Cody in, Jakey staying out. So this is one of the decisions I spoke about earlier. Who dares staying out for one more now that the rain has come to the track? It's still not really intense rain, but I can see the meter climbing up, so it's still below the first bar here, so still very much slick tires. Ivo made that move up to P2, Antonio in P3. Mary stayed out after he completed that overtake on France. I think we hear now the rain is increasing. It sounds definitely heavier. Yeah, we see it in the visuals now as well. So halfway through the lap, that track might be very, very wet now. So maybe the guys here, France, Cody, Erzugs, they made the right decision. Coming early, they're on the intermediates now, and it's really pouring down now. So it's already intermediate conditions for those drivers coming out of pit lane. Cody was in, Sluxy in, Hide in. So this could get tricky now. The track is really wet now. This is difficult conditions for the drivers. Now can they stay on track? Antonio got past Evo again. Drivers are struggling for a grip. So the top 6 stayed out, and this is now close to heavy rain. So maybe the early pit stop was indeed the better strategy call. Now very slow. Evo is drifting, no grip at all. We are getting to the really, really wet bits now. Can they survive? Especially braking for the chicane. Now be extra careful, cautious. Antonio flooring it. Can he get it stopped? He took some serious speed. He just made it, so lightning in. Antonio as well. Evo as well. Maddie comes round into pit lane. They go. Checo, Shaky. They all made it somehow in those really tricky conditions on the slick tires. But I think that France might have nailed that first strategy call. Now he comes through the chicane, and the leader is now changing tires. We'll stay with France. We are just above the second bar on the track wetness meter. It's still raining. Lightning coming out of pit lane. Be careful on the exit. Evo as well. There's France into Eau Rouge, and he definitely got past the number 5 car. Just behind Evo in the 44. I think France gained 2 positions, maybe. Let's have a look. Yeah, Medi dropped that, a couple of them. And here comes Luxy with the run. It's like a big moment for Sluxy. Printed, posted on the wall. He overtook Medi during the race. But Medi returning the favor inside at Brussels and gets in front. So the GTR should be a good car in the mixed or wet conditions. More aerodynamics on that car, but for a brief moment of glory, definitely for Sluxy. Lightning 5 seconds, so he gained actually on Evo in the 44. France up to P3, so still I think a good strategy call from the 20. Antonio in P4 for the number 5 car. Or the 66 also, an early pit stop. Made some moves up to P5. The 64 as well. Cody in the 64 McCougar AMG. And Medi, we saw, got briefly overtaken. Up to P7 again. Sluxy P7 for Racer Salon Black. Checo. Then for Apex Hunter Racing in P9. Here they in 10th position for the Boomer Mobile, and Shaky probably the loser of the first strategy call, but dropped down to P11 for Grid Live Racing. 5.5 seconds that gap at the moment. And Evo had a mistake somewhere last time, and the rain is increasing again. This is now tricky for the intermediates now. So whoa. So he will probably lose that position to France. Just a second. The gap though. And Antonio closing that gap as well, getting into the stronger slipstream range now. A good Lecomte though out of Malmedy for the 44, and that gap going up again, so maybe Evo can just keep his position. He will be serving that penalty coming out of Stavelo before the run up towards Blanchimont. So half a second will cost you roughly, I think, 7, 8 tenths, maybe up to a second. But that's the maximum, so could be fine and staying in P2. But Antonio really catching. And also the gap to Lightning in P1, just 6.5 seconds. But oh, we stay with Evo. See, he's being forced to slow down. very soon. That's 1.5 for now, so we should keep that. Let's keep an eye on that gap. Yeah, the gap being halved, but still enough to stay in front. Lightning having nearly 6 seconds now for the 35. Loose Moose Racing Aston, then Evo in the 44. P2 in the championship. And the number 5, P1 in the championship, separated by 1 point just. So whoever finishes ahead in this race will grab the title in that 2025 season GT Endurance Championship. Well, for now, a slight advantage for the Esports Race Asylum 44 car. And this could get interesting. Ooh, mighty run for the number 5 Lexus. The start of the Camel Straight already made a move, so a good run through Eau Rouge and Radion for Antonio. Now chasing down the championship rivals in Evo. P5. We have the 66 stars still running with Erzugs for GT Finland racers. Medi closed that gap now. I think Cody made a mistake in the 64. Gap went up now. P7 for the AMG. And I feel like it's not raining anymore. We see a bit of a trial racing line already on the track. So the 77 Race Salon Black Porsche in P8 Checo. Then for Apex Hunter Racing in their newly acquired McLaren for the final round here at Spa. P9 and Hide in the 764 Aston Martin for the Boomers. P10 for now, but really close. Now might get a run into the chicane. Ooh, the Rio nearly went. Good catch. But that could have ended in disaster for Hide. It's still tricky. Tricky conditions gives Jakey definitely a bit of hope to close that gap. Gained, I think, more than a second since the last time we had a look at those gaps. Also the gap between P1 and P2 slowly coming down again. So Evo had a 2:25.6 and Lightning a 2:26.5. Also a 25 for Antonio in third. France now a second behind, 26s. So that was my fear for the Aston Martin for Project 1 Racing, with a bit lower downforce settings, so in those conditions not as fast as in dry conditions. So Medi got past Erzugs, so the 45 last minute racing Nissan and P5. '66 in P6. I feel like I've said that so many times throughout the season, the 66 running in P6, but yeah, it seems to be their favorite position, maybe. So rain has stopped. Track is drying up. So we have the next decision arising then for the drivers when to change back to the slicks. Well, the tire wear is not an issue at the moment. But as soon as we have a dry track, the intermediates, they will fade very, very fast. And you also don't get the pace out of them. On the other hand, like the edges of the track, the curbs, pretty much wet. So it's risky to go on to the slicks. The leader staying out. Evo into pit lane. He's risking it for something at least. Also, the championship rivals into pit lane. And oh, difference in the fuel as well. So I think for the first pit stop, the 5, they put in a couple of liters. So now they probably don't want to refuel for now. Well, we have Evo, Antonio and Shaky pit, so the early pit stoppers. Again, going on to a slick tire compound it is. So what is their preference? Will it be softs? Will it be mediums? No fuel going into that 44. Interesting. So surely they have to put in some fuel at some point, and it says racing softs. It is racing softs for the 5 as well. So same strategy call at the moment. Still a little bit of a fuel advantage for that Lexus currently. And yeah, a racing line is pretty much dry at this stage. So I'm pretty sure the drivers that were staying out will be heading into pit lane this lap. Now, nearly 8 seconds between P1 and P2. Lightning for the 35. Loose Moose Racing team. And France for Project 1 Racing in the number 20 machine. The blue Aston Martin. Maddie in P3 for last minute racing with the special livery for that round. And I know Richie, who decided that livery, he was like he wasn't even halfway done with the livery and then ran out of available decals to use on that livery. So a mighty effort went into creating that one. He made it somewhat, so lightning in for the pit stop. France, in as well. Maddie gained on France, I think. Earthsox for the 66 as well. Cody, in Sluxy stayed out. Ooh, interesting. And who is also staying out? Checo, I think, So 2 drivers staying out. The track is pretty much dry now on the racing line. The tire wear will be kicking in, but look at that. The 77 car, Sluxy, leading the 24 hours here at Spa, round 10 of the GT Endurance Championship in 2025. Another moment of fame. So it won't be lasting very long. He's cooling the tires already. Checkered flag. Stop the count, stop the race, whatever. And Checo as well, so the 77 and the 69 went for a conservative strategy, staying out for a bit longer. Oh, interesting. The 35 Lightning fueled up entirely, so he dropped down to P6 behind France and Antonio. Antonio also put in a bit of fuel on the previous stop. Evo, on the other hand, he didn't bother refueling so far, so he's the net leader currently. We have like 3 liters per second to refueling speed, so that takes quite some time. So also a bit of a strategy call then to make when to put in that fuel. Sluxy and Checo, the two drivers leading currently, still on those intermediates. We see, or I see, a bit of sun coming through. Will it be time to pit? No, Sluxy stayed out for one more. What is going on? He is not trusting those wet track edges, I reckon, so he's going for one more. Checo in. Soft tires, I reckon, as well. So Evo up to P2 in the 44, the number 5. Sector Racing Esports Lexus 2 seconds behind. Now P3. Lightning with the move on France up to P4 when he comes around. Lasurs and now the two Aston Martins next to each other on the track. We could see a difference in the setup, so France might have the run on Lightning into Cameron. Oh, you have to be careful here through Eau Rouge, and Radion still wet, so wasn't like committed enough and lost a little bit of time. So even with that top speed advantage, the time lost with that lift through Eau Rouge and Radion gave France the disadvantage over Lightning. Maddie just 2 seconds behind for last minute racing in P6. And P7 we have the 66 Earthsuks for the GT Finland racers. GTR, Cody and Jakey with a good comeback after that first pit stop. So that aggressive early pit stop onto the soft tires definitely put Jakey and the Grid Life Racing team back into contention for those spots in the mid-pack after running all the way at the end with a couple of seconds behind. And hit it in 10th position, and Checo now dropped down to P11. Sluxy finally visiting his pit crew. So we see a change at the front, and the Esports Race Asylum car, the number 44, now back into the lead. Antonio in the number 5 car, keeping that gap to Evo, roughly the same. And the 35 with Lightning in P3 currently. And it looks like you can attack those curbs now at Radion. France P4 and Maddie P5. Maddie also did some refueling during the pit stops so far. France in the 20, not yet. So there's also a difference and advantage for the 45 car now. So Jakey with the overtake. Number 3 car, the green Porsche, up to P7, and the AMG losing a position. It is a P8 at the moment. Sluxy down to P10, 2 seconds the gap to Hide in front. Checo, also a difference in the fuel strategy. Checo with a full tank, Sluxy not really. filling up to the maximum, but roughly at the same rate as Hide in front. So they're on a similar strategy again. Hide and Sluxy, you had a nice battle on those opening laps of the race. The gap between Ivo and Antonio, P1, P2, stays roughly the same. 2.2, 2.3, depending on the sector. And it looks like that Lightning is struggling a little bit. Now, lost half a second. What happened to France? Nearly 5 seconds behind the 45 car now. Have a look at the sector. No, it didn't happen this lap. Previous lap maybe. Oh, a yellow flag. For a brief moment we had a yellow flag moment. It was Antonio. Yes, damn it. So, cat-like reflexes. I pressed the save replay marker. Let's see what happened to the number 5. Ooh, the exit of Marmedy. Still wet. A spin and a damage for the number 5 car. Oh, just the front splitter by the looks of it. Still not ideal, of course, for the Lexus. So how much will that damage cost you now for lap time? It's still a bit tough to tell. We're still like in trying conditions. Not getting those 215s to 16s anymore, but getting to 17s, 18s, something like that, to 18-1, yeah. Antonio's staying out for now. See Lightning with a 219, an 8 to 18 for Maddie. So at the moment we have Ivo at the front, also setting the fastest lap times in those trying conditions. 219, 219, 220, 220. Ooh, Sluxy with massive damage. Oh, he needs to pit, I think. He lost the car somewhere. Yes, front, rear, and suspension damage there on his Porsche. And Checo as well has front damage and the suspension also. So it is still tricky around here. Those wet curbs and track edges. But one little mistake and yeah, you're off. Saying hello to famous barrier, the track, and yeah, so that's why pushing is not that easy. So maybe going easy until you're absolutely sure that you can attack those curbs. So as soon as the drivers drive over those curbs, it's still like above the first bar on this wetness indicator. So yeah, not full attack mode, I reckon. And another 218 low 0 indeed for Ivo. Oh, big slide coming out of the chicane. It's a 219 for Antonio Medi also with 218s, high 218s though. And also one of the big movers since that second pit stop is the number 3 Porsche. Jakey lying, closing that gap to the 66 car in front. Looks like Jakey enjoys those mixed conditions now. Cody in the 64 not able to go the same pace as the front runners. Oop, I just heard some tires, but no, this was just like a sticking sound glitch in the game. So the two drivers that had to come in and fix the damage, Sluxy and Checo at the back, not too long ago they were leading 1-2 for at least a lap during this race with an offsetting strategy. Now P10, P11. Evo with a really strong 45 minutes so far in this race. 12-13 seconds the gap to Antonio. Lightning caught up with him now, and Medi as well. So I think Antonio might be a sitting duck on the Camel Straight now with his damage. We'll see. Yes. This should be the overtake for Lightning and Antonio indicating he won't be fighting this. Maybe trying to use the pace of the 35 car now. And we go with Medi on board, P4. Seeing his two rivals in striking distance now, 1.5. I think he's bringing that gap down now through the middle sector. .2, 1.3, so he should be gaining in the slipstream now for the run up towards Blanchimont. And Antonio, yeah, the damage, the limping car, he is unable to keep up with Lightning. And he might be vulnerable as well now for the next lap. Medi right behind, closed that gap, 6/10. Needs to get a little bit closer. So ideally 4/10 at the top of Radion. Gaining now. It's half a second. He had a massive run. He should get that position. And fairly easy overtake. Then up to P3 for last minute racing. Sector 7 Racing Esports down to P4 it is. So far we have Evo dominating that race since the rain. Basically, so he was keeping up with the top two for the start, and then as soon as the rain came in and when it stopped raining, a leak of his own today in those conditions. So 14 seconds for now the gap, so he's on a mission today, no doubt about that. The 35 in P2 and the 45 P3. 45 getting into slipstream range. Now coming out of Stavilo, the 5 now losing time and time. So how long will they stay out with that damage? I think they're losing 1.5 seconds-ish per lap. 1 to 1.5 with that damage. Going for one more. In P5 we have the number 20 Project 1 Racing Aston. And in P6 still GT Finland Racers in the 66 machine. Shaky for Grid Life Racing in the number 3 Porsche. 2 seconds. I couldn't gain that much more. Now that it's basically dry. In P8 we have the 64 AMG Cody for Sector 7 Racing Meg Kruger. Now also into the 217s. Here all by himself as currently in P9. Checo with he gained the position up to P10. Sluxy, where is Sluxy? Here he is. Hello camera. So dropped to 11, had a 228 last time round. An off track somewhere, I reckon, but no damage from what I can see. So just a little bit of a moment, lost time, 8-9 seconds probably. So that's why the 77 is down to P11 at this stage. Let's have a look at the gap between P2 and P3. That's roundabout the slipstream range. And Antonio dropped out of that range now all by himself again, lapping 2-minute 19s. And we see 2:17s, 2:16s for the drivers now. So I guess now it might be time to pit, fix the damage. Yep. In he goes. Well, the drivers behind gaining a position. Will drop behind the AMG. Pretty sure, maybe, yeah, should be coming out in P8. I think the gap to Hide should be big enough, or is it? I don't know. Could be so. Cody Spas Tede comes around, still taking forever, refueling again. So he's okay. It's P9 then for the number 5 crew, fixing the aero damage. So he's then kind of out of sync with that strategy. He can focus now on some flying laps. No traffic around him. Yep. Not an ideal start for our championship leaders. And the 44 sitting P2 in the championship, leading the race, and the number 5 down to P9 at the moment. So it's still very early doors. You see the timer ticking down on the top of your screen. 23 hours, 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. But yeah, the gap, let's see, it's more than a minute between the 5 and the 44. It's definitely a challenge for the team. Well, comparing the lap times, I think for the first time in quite some time, we see that Lightning and Medi are faster than Evo. Not by much, but still a little bit. The gap though, roughly 14 seconds. Nothing to worry at the moment, just keep it clean, steady. And wait what the weather has in store for us as well. So the race weather looks like the same for all of our race weekend for the race. So it's showers lurking all the time in every stint. So it's basically unpredictable weather. For now, doesn't look like that we will get more rain for the foreseeable future. So we can focus on the pure race pace now and a little bit of tire and fuel management as well. 16.5 for Lightning, a 16.6 for Medi, and a 17.1 for Evo. So dropped half a second again. Still nothing to worry, friends, with a 17.3 in P4. Gap to the top 3 opened up again. 66 versus the number 3. Jakey got into slipstream range in his Porsche. Now can he use that toe? .2 the run up towards Radion, not an issue at all. He should be gaining now a little bit. No. Halfway through the straight he gains like a tenth maybe. So not big, but every little helps, right? So let's go in P7. We have the AMG with Cody running. Hide in P8. 11 seconds, and Antonio, after the pit stop to fix the damage and put in the fuel to finish the race, I reckon. So still we see that 1 minute and 7 seconds the gap to the leader. Now purple first sector though. So we will be setting some time trial laps now, some hot laps with fresh soft tires and no traffic around. In P10 we have the 69 AHR McLaren. 9 seconds, then the gap to Slaxy, who put in his personal best last time around, a 17.7, so matching Checo's pace now after a little moment in lap 20 with a 2:28 where he lost that position to the 69 car. Just looking at those gaps, Lightning chipping away a couple of tenths every lap, under 13 seconds for a brief moment. It's interesting. So looks like the 35 Aston Martin, at least on Lightning's side, it doesn't have like the best top end. So it's always like an interesting sign when a GTR is gaining in a straight line on your car. So but feels like that Lightning went with a bit more downforce and to maybe be safe in rainy conditions, and also have maybe better tire wear, a little bit at least. If you have a bit more downforce, and you can be more aggressive through that middle sector. Still gaining on Evo, 12.2. Oh, 17.6, so lap times are slowly decreasing for Evo, and 16 probably for Lightning, and Maddie. Tire wear is kicking in slowly. Now still very much manageable. Looking pretty much the same for all of the drivers and their cars. Oh, this could be the first time during this race where we don't have like a real fight going on. Now it's time to get into your focus zone, and it's the second half of the first driver stint. The fastest car on track currently is the number 5 Lexus with Antonio driving, so that is 16.1. It's a long way still for that number 5 car. The gaps between the drivers, they roughly the same. Slugsy gained a tiny little bit, under 8 seconds. No drama, no wet patches on the track anymore, so it's flat out again. So looking at the tire wear and the lap counter, I don't see that the front runners staying out on those softs for the rest of the stint. So there's another pit stop needed. The interesting difference, like, is the fuel so far. So Evo, who's leading, hasn't put in any fuel during the first 2 pit stops. Lightning in P2 has indeed, and pretty sure he can go to the end with that fuel. But maybe just needs a little bit of a splash and dash. Maddie sits in somewhat between Lightning and Evo with the fuel. More fuel than the leader, less than Lightning. And with that 3 liters per second refueling speed, so that makes a huge difference in the end. So if you can save some fuel, or if you can use that as a strategy option for the race. France roughly on the same as Evo with the fuel, and the cars behind as well. So probably P4, 5 and 6 also didn't put in any fuel during the pit stops. Cody, on the other hand, he did put in some fuel at some point. So those gaps you see now, they don't reflect the actual gaps. If we have to wait until the final pit stop of that first driver stint, so then we can really see the gaps between those cars. Nevertheless, the 35 is catching the 44, so you also see the gap, 11 seconds now. So gained 3 seconds over the last 4 or 5 laps, maybe. Yeah, finalized the LMR battle. That's true. Loose moose racing versus last minute racing. Mr. SBS, yep, that's also correct. LMR is definitely winning this one. At least that the battle for P2 at the moment. So yeah, it looks like roughly 3 to 5 tenths per lap. It's currently the pace difference between Evo and Lightning. Maddie now out of slipstream range. Little mistake maybe. The first turn, first sector. France keeps that gap to Earthsuks and Jakey. Jakey again getting closer, nearly into slipstream range again. 1.5 it is, so a tiny bit more needed to benefit from the tow. Cody in P7 for Sector 7 Racing McCougar. And here they in the second Sector 7 racing car, the Boomers in P8, and the third 7 Sector racing car in P9. Ooh! There was a mistake. Lap 29, a 2-minute 29.2 Antonio. Lost 13 seconds again, so he was flying on those previous laps, closed that gap to the leaders, and then the gap went up now to 1 minute 14, so that's 7 seconds more compared to when he left the pit lane after fixing the damage. So that's another setback for the number 5 car, championship leaders currently. And what happens? Is that rain? It is rain again. People, it's raining again. Oh, the next shower arrives at a track side. Barely see any standing water on the track, so it's still very much dry, but we can clearly see some raindrops falling again. Will it be strong rain, just a quick shower? Will we see like this really heavy rain again we saw after 15-20 minutes? It doesn't look like that heavy. Wipers going on and off, not really going on a regular basis, depending on the track as well. So it looks like it's raining some parts of the track, but not really heavy rain. Let's go on board. We can get the best impression. Just a few drops hitting the windshield, and this might be a crucial moment in that race again. So the tires are getting to a state now, the slick tires for Evo, so where he needs to think for pitting soon, but then again wait now and maybe hope that the rain gets heavier. We see the first driver flicking. That's lightning going in. Was it too early? We don't know. Maddie stays out. France staying out. Earthsuck staying out. Jakey staying out. So they are not They are not pitting at this stage. I don't think the rain is heavy enough. So what's the decision? Maybe just use a new set of softs, go for the undercut as well. So a bit of fuel needed. We'll see what tire compound went on to that 35 car. We'll drop in. Yeah, it is softs again, so the rain not really threatening. The drivers just a light, very light drizzle, not even hitting the track. So it was purely for the tires and a little bit of fuel. But here it is heavy, at least in the middle sector. Brussels into Speaker's Corner. But yeah, on the asphalt, no worries at this stage. Also through Franchorchamps, I think the rain stopped. So pit time for Evo maybe as well. Covering, no, staying out. What about Maddie in the 45? Last minute racing. Also staying out. So no more rain, from what I can tell. So it was a very, very early pit stop then for Lightning and the 35 Aston. Jakey's fuel is really low at this stage, so he is forced to stop very soon. And Lightning feels probably comfortable then to get those softs all the way until the end for the driver swap. That would be 21 laps on softs now. With the number 5 car still in P9, closing the gap on the leaders again after that mistake on lap 29. So when will Evo visit the pit crew and change tires? But the rain is gone. That is not a reason to pit now. No, he didn't pit. He pitted. He went onto a new set of soft tires. Went for the mighty undercut on Evo. So he has a fuel advantage and now has a big tire advantage. Oh, the question from my side is now, when will the 44 car pit? They have to cover that at some point, and yeah, in he goes. So what about the other drivers? Maddie's staying out for one more. France kinda low on fuel, could stay out, but opts to pit. 66 pitting now as well, as same as Jakey and Cody in the 64 following. Nope, staying out. So now we will see how much time Lightning did gain on Evo. Evo needs to put in quite some fuel, being stationary for quite some time now, and Lightning coming around La Source. So fuel still going in that 44 car. Now is being released, and Lightning will get past the 44. The 35 jumps the 44 with that undercut. He was now able to accelerate. And that is a 7-8 second lead now. Oh, then it's next up probably Maddie, who also had a fuel advantage over Evo and the 44 car. I think the gap was 12-13 seconds roughly. It could get close, I reckon maybe 3-4 seconds after the pit stop, but Evo should be able to stay in front. At least that would be my guess. And we'll find out. So Maddie coming in for service. Well, this leaves us then with the 64 car. I think they should be pitting as well. And then we have like a... Yep, we have like the classification now being sorted after those pit stops. So Lightning should get into the lead. And Evo P2, but where will Maddie emerge? Fuel still going in. Lightning P1, Evo P2 coming out of La Source. Fuel refuel is done. Now long pit exit. Evo with more speed through Rouge and Radion. And here comes Maddie. Yeah, that's more like 5-6 seconds. Maybe even more. Let's see. Up to 7 seconds. It is. Antonio then with an interesting strategy. Forced basically with the damage he had. So he's on those soft tires. This might be crucial, critical towards the end. So the fuel also could be close, but I reckon he will need to do a splash and dash at some point. I cannot really do live points, but I can give you the graphics, like how we have the points before this round. So P1R, if you're asking for that sort, sitting in P3, so they have a little bit of a gap to the 45. So you can probably then calculate it yourself now, what position each car needs to finish to get position X, Y, and Z. So the question is, for the 5 and Antonio, can they get that Lexus until the end? to the driver swap without having to pit again. So now let's run through the grid and see all the gaps between the cars after probably their final pit stop for this first stint. So Lightning, P1 for the 35, Loose Moose Racing, Aston Martin. In P2 we have Evo for Esports Race Salang, the 44 Nissan. In P3 it is Last Minute Racing, the 45 car driven by Maddie. P4 Antonio for Sector 7 Racing Esports, the number 5 Lexus. I still think they need to pit one more time. France for Project 1 Racing in P5, that 20 Aston. P6 for the 66 Erzux GT Finland Racers GTR. P7 and P8, oh, that's interesting. Close battle on track. Street Life Racing number 3 Jakey versus the 64 AMG Sector 7 Racing Mick Cougar Cody. Neck to neck through Puhan. In P9 we have the third Sector 7 Racing car on the grid. That's the 764 Aston Martin. The Boomer Mobile Hide behind the wheel for that opening stint. Sluxy, he's slow on fuel. He needs to pit again. Currently P9 for Salem Black, the 77 Porsche. And in P11, Checo for Apex Hunter Racing, the 69 McLaren. On a fresh set of soft tires, so he will probably jump Sluxy again. Let's go to that battle for position. Jakey versus Cody. Into La Source we go. It should be advantage for the AMG using the slipstream. Then on the Camel Straight, the distance seems to be ideal. It's 4/10 and picking up the pace now. Oh, that Porsche is not that slow. Interesting. Probably a bit of a low track arrow setup for the number 3 car compared to that AMG behind. We go through the middle sector into Double Gauche, the Puhan. Getting ready for the chicane. Piff, puff, right, left. A bit of understeer for the Porsche. Braking for Stavelo. Now a good run for Cody in the AMG. Closing the gap. Is it possible to go? No, giving Jakey a little bit of a bump. So maybe they're working together now. No attempt made. And to go for a move. It's 9.5 seconds, the gap to the car in front. 3 seconds between P6 and P5. So apart from Antonio, everyone on that same strategy to run the softs to the end. The gaps didn't really change much between the top three, so 9-8 seconds between them. Lightning still with that 15.9 fastest lap was at the very start of the race, now purple after the middle sector, so maybe an improvement incoming. Into the chicane we go, and we see the next 2 minute 15 appearing on our screens. It's a 15.853. A 16.1 Evo. $16.2, so yeah, not much separating those three at the moment. Antonio running 217s on halfway worn soft tires. Personal best for France last time around. Herzog's as well for the GT Finland racers. So lap times are improving now. Jakey and Cody also running still close to each other. Low 217s, high 216s. Oh, they're arguably not fighting each other. Ooh, just spotted some damage on the Boomer Mobile. They running with some front damage. The suspension also, the right one. And after Sluxy's pit stop, Checo up to P10 for AHR, and the Race Asylum Black Porsche in P11. Sluxy on that outlap on fresh softs now with the freshest and best tires. Oh, he's a lap down. I think Evo just got past him. Yep. Oh, we go to this one. We don't want to miss a move, of course, but it still looks like two drivers are working together, not fighting each other at this stage. The gap roughly stays the same to the car in front. Okay, so just caught up with the Discord, and we want to have a look at the Apex Hunter Racing McLaren here. So there is a special livery, and there's a cause behind this. So AHR are racing for Badger. So he was a member of AHR, and yeah, he was fighting cancer, and so this is why this special livery is on, of course. So, but yeah, this is definitely a goodbye then from the team for him. So we, yeah, keep our fingers crossed. Of course, everyone who is fighting cancer, of course, stay strong. And even if we are not allowed to swear in those broadcasts, I think we can all agree and just shout it out loud. Fuck cancer. Here we go. So keep it up, guys, wherever you are. So back to the racing action. Lightning with consistency. 15.8, 15.9, 15.9, up to 10 seconds now. That gap. Evo in P2 for the 44. Maddie in third for the 45. Not much changes between them, so let's have a look at the number 5 car. Antonio still have roughly 25 minutes to go for this first stint, and I think that Antonio is trying to nurse that car now. Fuel and tire wear. He wants to avoid an extra stop. Probably, is it doable? That's the question. Lap times 2:18, that is 2 seconds now per lap, at least slower than the top 3. And also, friends, for Project 1 Racing is gaining and lapping in the high, in the high 2-minute 16ths. Well, Franz doesn't have to worry about the fuel and the tires, so he's pushing, he's bringing that gap down lap by lap. How much can Antonio defend? Let's get into the Hunter's perspective. Really gaining through that middle sector, down to a second. Yeah, it's still like a long way to go, 20 plus minutes. Not sure if Antonio enjoys those soft tires anymore. And I don't know like what the time loss actually is. It is the 24-hour layout, so the long pit lane. I think he's also short shifting. Oh, they go side by side. A bit of miscommunication happened. I think Fou Rouge and Radion. Oh, and a half-second penalty. Unfortunate series of events. Let's see that once again. Yeah, understeered and then cut the track limits on top of Radion. So what is the decision now for the team? It's P5, just 3 seconds. The gap to the 66 behind. Another 10 to those two, Jakey and Cody, the 3 and the 64. Maybe pit now and push on those final 10-11 laps. We'll find out soon. That gap being halved, 1.5 seconds now. Yep, it is in, and push. Okay, back to our race leaders. Loose Moose Racing with TRL Lightning still in the lead, 10.5 seconds. Then that gap to Evo in the 44 Nissan GTR. P3, we have Maddie for last minute racing. Go back to Antonio, who is leaving pit lane. Now drops down to P8, P9 it is, just behind Hide. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a new fastest lap of the stint incoming, and from the number 5. P8 then for the Boomers. P7 we have Mikuga or Sector 7 Racing. P6 that is a Jakey for Grid Life Racing. Roughly 10 seconds then to Erzugs in the 66 machine. France again all by himself in P4. The gap to the top 3, 21 seconds at this stage. Medi seems to be slowly catching Evo. Under 7 seconds for now. And Lightning still in the lead. And let's see the gaps between AHR and Race Asylum Black. That is 25 at this stage. And jumping back to our championship leaders. The number 5 in P9 completing their outlap. Now it's push, push, push. How much time can they gain? They probably won't be having any trouble getting past that Aston Martin. But then it's 25 seconds, so I reckon P8 the best they can get, and maybe get that gap down to 1 minute 10, 15, I don't know, before the driver swap. Already caught up with his teammate. Probably a good opportunity. Oh, that was team play. Didn't lose too much time, I think. Yes. Well, not the fastest lap, but a 16 low. It's a bit quicker than the leaders, of course. Yeah, we're getting closer. Then to the first driver swap of this 24-hour race. I just received the link for the next one. Looking good, so we can get that seamless transition going on. What's the gap now? 6 seconds between Evo and Medi. P2, P3, 44 versus 45. 2 GTRs and fighting for that P3. 16.4, nice lap on slightly worn tires. And this is interesting, so looks like they have agreed to not fight. Since that second pit stop, they've been basically glued together. And keeping that gap to P5 under 10 seconds. And will this be the new fastest lap of the stint now? Clean air for the Lexus. Comes around out of the chicane. And it is a 2:16.0 personal best. Not quite there. 2:15.853 it is. We see some blue flags. No Checo, that is. Is that the leader? Yeah, that is Lightning behind the AHR car. Not that close though. The game still decided to hand out the blue flags early, just in case, I reckon. And Maddie pushing that 45 GTR now. Down to 5 seconds. A 17.3. Oh, Evo. And a 16.7. Another half second gained. France in P4 doing consistent 2:17s now. Red Sox as well, same ballpark with the 2:17s. Jakey and Cody also 2:17s. So that's very much on the same pace at this stage. We see the lights come on again, getting darker again. Do we get a little bit of rain shower for the final minutes? The stint, we don't know. I don't know. 15.7.2. Here we go. New fastest lap of that stint. It is for Antonio. It is still running with that front aero damage. Unable to get out of the 2-minute 19s with that damage. See Checo with 2:18s, but the gap 48 seconds, so a long way to go. Still, and not much time left in this stint. It is. Yeah, the Sluxy is leading in our hearts. Yeah, I mean he's running in that double one position, so technically it's the lead. But yeah, a good solid lap times, and for Sluxy, 17s now all the way. Oop. The rear stepping out a little bit. That cost him a bit of time. Oh, we go back to the gap between Evo and Maddie. It's the end of lap 53 is where we see the driver swaps happening. So not much time left in this stint. 11.8 the gap then between Lightning and Evo. And looks like Evo able to stabilize the gap now to Maddie. Maddie was doing 2:16s on the previous laps. Evo into the 2:17s. Not gaining that much. We go back to this one. It's still like, oh, it feels like we are waiting for something to happen, but it isn't. Still very consistent lap times for both of the drivers. No, should we leave them again? Looks like they're still not fighting. We'll wait until the end of this lap to see if something changes. Nope. Doesn't look like. Antonio running 2:15s, still bringing that gap down 20 seconds. Now to the car in front, 1 minute 16 to the leaders. And the third 2:15 in a row. The leader just got past the 69. The 69 won a lap down. Ivo in second. Gap's changing slightly. To Lightning it goes up. Compared to Maddie, that gap goes down a little bit. Maybe a little bit of fatigue kicking in after the end of the first 2 hours of driving of this long 24-hour race it is. So yeah, next stint we will have Stick Sander on the comms for all of us. So he will be covering the next 2 hours of racing. And then you won't be missing anything here. Just stay with us. I will integrate his stream into the main feed. So don't go anywhere. So 3 to go before the swap. The 66 now losing a little bit of time. Gap went down 7.5. Oh, at 2 minute 18 for the first time for Jakey and Cody. Antonio pushing, gained probably nearly 2 seconds again. 16.1. Yep. Hida decided to not pit and repair the damage before the driver swap. Just stick with it. Peter and Checo lost a little bit of time because of the blue flag situation. I think with that 2:19.6 now trying to stay with the leader. Schluxy also into the 2-minute 19s now. So not really gaining on Checo so far. So 26, 27 seconds roughly. And that 45 car is pushing 3.6 that gap. Lightning starting the penultimate lap of driver stint number 1. Evo crossing the line with a 2:79 and Medi with a 2:17.3, so another 6/10 gained, down to 3.7 seconds it is. 2 more to go. France now also tackles the penultimate lap of the stint. Another half second gone between Erzux and Jakey. Can they catch? No, under 7 seconds. Yeah, high 2:18s now. Oh, Jakey with a moment, nearly lost the car. Cody nearly followed. So I need to prepare the driver swap, so bear with me for a second. Right, so Lightning is on that final lap of the stint. Evo in P2, Medi P3, 3.5 seconds, so I think this should stay as it is until the swap. France in P4, Erzux P5, gap roughly the same, 7 seconds, so 2 drivers not gaining, more 2:19s now for both of them. And Antonio closed that gap, 12.5 seconds, and to the leaders 1:10 roughly, so yeah, that was roughly my guesstimate for this one. So let's stay with Lightning and the 35 Loose Moose Aston Martin for those final couple of turns. And in he goes. So next up will be Evo coming in. And Maddie as well. Well, taking a while then for them to get to pit crew. We see the driver swap sequence now happening. '66 comes in, and now on the final lap of the stint, it's the 64 getting in front of the number 3. Here comes Antonio, 1 minute 10, the gap to the leader. We see the driver swap completed. Now we will go full screen very soon, and then Stick Sandal will continue for us for stint number 2. So 3, 2, 1. I'll hand it over to you.
Racing, respectively, taking P2 and our leader, Mr. SBS, our lab. 4 seconds behind is River Ruckus with Last Minute Racing. Also handing off for Medi, doing a good job, stint 1. Ironically, Italia is driving the V12 Vantage for P1R, Project 1 Racing. Joining me in the booth is S7R Bombardier. He is actually going to be here for a little while because he will be handing off to drive stint 3 for the esports, S7R esports team.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to hear you. How are you doing, Stig?
A little nervous. This is my first time doing a live stream, so I got some work to do, obviously, but I'm here to support the International Racing Organization, and glad to be here to help with the GT Endurance Championship. It's been a crazy one this year. Glad to be.
Yeah, this has really been a championship and a half. You have to say, like, going into the last round, it's 1 point difference for the championship, and pretty much everything is open for every other position as well. So it's gotta be an interesting ending to the race. 24 hours. So yeah, long day ahead of us.
Absolutely. It's been interesting being a driver, but now being a commentator and a broadcaster. It kind of gives you a different perspective on things.
It really does.
We have the S7R, my B Cougar team, not my counterpart, but my sister team, with S7R IRO, aka Ruzi, behind the wheel. P7 behind is the Grid Life team, manned by a fellow Coloradoan, I think I said that right, ERA Lucas.
I think you prefer Lucas, but yeah. we go way back. Yeah, we had some we drove in some leagues before, but yeah, he did that to himself, to be fair. So yeah, I'm sure he cannot mind too much if he called him Lucas.
He made himself an easy target, but yeah, to be fair, this is supposed to be a family-friendly stream, so I'll try to leave the profanities out of it. Macho Man.
And we got
with the
Macho.
E-Sport, yeah, he's, you know, talk a little bit about your teammate, how your team did in the first stint.
It's been a tough first stint. Yeah, Antonio was battling for the lead, but when the track was drying out, just touched that Astro in sector 2. Touched the Astro, and there you go, into the wall.
And we got a good battle here, and it looks like he has taken P7 from the Grid Life team. So good job for the number 5 car to make their way back to towards the podium. I know I was in chat and I was watching the live stream and I saw Antonio spin there. And yesterday during practice, you know, I was practicing with McNaughty. That same curve got him twice too. So I think that curve is just extremely infamous, and I think that the best thing to do, even on a drying track, is just to steer clear of it. Take a narrow line.
Pretty much every curb that you have the Astro on the outside of it, you probably want to stay clear of it, especially here through the Pouan. If you just touch that curb, it will just drag you outside of the circuit. So have to be very careful. And there are a lot of corners here that want to kill you every time you go through them. So yeah, so you have to be like 2 hours. You just have to be concentrated the whole time. If you're not, you're gonna pay.
Right. So we got S7R Turbo in the 764 S7R Boomers car. Unfortunately, S7R Hide, who handed off to Turbo, made a little bit of a mistake on turn 1. I think around lap 40, he hit the inside wall on turn 1, which I could say probably most people have done that at least once in their life. So an understandable mistake, and I'm sure he's a little disappointed with himself, but he still managed to hold himself in P9. S7R Turbo is a fantastic driver, so I think he will be okay to maybe gain a little bit of more track position and see if he can find a P8 or even possibly P7 if he has himself a great run. But I do see that he has a little bit of a netcode lag right here. He's kind of bouncing around a little bit, so hopefully he has still a good enough connection to stay there the entire race.
Yeah, we don't want to see a disconnection, do we?
No, we don't. Here we got the number 69. This is the AHR car. They chose to get in the McLaren. I think they did their car change at Road Atlanta for the last race. But I will say that the McLaren is a very strong car here, so strong car with a strong driver, they may be able to gain some track position back as well.
Yeah, they might, and I'm surprised not to see any more McLarens, to be honest. I was expecting to see all 3 of them used up, but yeah, we haven't, so it's a bit surprising.
I think it's funny because I think some of the only teams that did not change their cars throughout the entire season was the S7R esports team and the S7R Boomers. We've been in the same car the whole season, and I'm sure you guys debated it, and we debated it over as well in our garage. If we wanted to switch into a mid-engine car, maybe the Porsche or the Ferrari or even the McLaren here, because there was plenty of openings to make that switch. But we decided to stay in a car we felt comfortable in, and I'm sure a lot of other teams who had that option decided to stay as well, because we've been driving our entire season on the same car. But I think HR wanted to see if that can benefit them with the car swap.
Yeah, and exactly. And Spa isn't really a track where you want to learn a car and you want to learn a track as well. So you at least cut it down in half, and at least have to learn the track only and just get used to the conditions and everything, and just take the car that you're already familiar with. And yeah, by now all of us have driven like hours and hours in these cars, so yeah, I'm not too surprised to see most of the teams sticking with their choice.
And following up the grid is in P11 is the Race Asylum team. Slugsy was driving pretty well, but he had some mistakes. Oh, we got some rain. We got some rain on the radar, so hopefully everybody's been looking
Wipers
at
are
their weather
on.
radar. Yeah, they've been looking at it, and they've been monitoring and planning for it. So,
but will it be enough for the intermediates, even for full wets, or is it just a bit of a few drops and that's it? That's a big question.
right, yes, exactly. Hold on. Okay, I know they have the overlays, so at least we can know, but we won't tell no tells. You know, we will keep it confidential.
Yep.
But yeah, it looks like. I mean, let me just look through collectively, and I can give a collective tire. Seems like everybody is on slicks right now, so I'm not going. I will say that, but I won't say much more.
What about the radar? Can we see the weather radar for a second?
Maybe if we. I don't want to go back out. I mean, I can. I don't think anybody else does this, but
We saw a peak. We saw a peak. Yeah, that's good enough. I think that's good enough.
it always goes back 1 hour in time, so it doesn't. It only gives the real time up to the current time. It doesn't give us anything. We won't be able to see anything past the current time. So looks like we do have a cloud coming in. Yeah. So hopefully it may be enough. It may be enough to not require a pit tire change, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, some would argue, because if you're in the lead, you don't really want rain now. You just want like safe race until the end. And if you're at the back and fighting to take the lead, then yeah, I think it's definitely something you want to see to just make the matters a bit more interesting.
Right. Yeah.
So I think a few teams that may be hoping to see that are maybe the S7R esports, S7R esports. Who else? Who else would it be? Race Asylum.
Oh yeah, I mean, pretty much anybody after, I would say about P6 to the last place, because, you know, maybe if it gets just wet enough on the drying track, it benefits those cars in the back because they will have better road conditions. A drying track is always going to benefit a trailed car, so.
Yep.
Looks like we
Lead
got a
cars
nice,
are gonna.
On Adriano, we do see a little bit, we do see the weather radar, the incoming weather radar, and it does look like the purple's coming across, so, whew, this could get intense.
Similar to Stint 1, we saw something very similar in Stint 1, where, rain came in after a few laps at the start of the race, so this might be very, very similar. And by the way, am I seeing the same thing that our viewers are seeing in terms of the tires and everything else?
They do not see the bottom.
Okay.
They do not see the bottom because of the overlays.
Yeah.
So
Just wanted to, yeah.
The track definitely, it's getting wetter. And surprisingly for Stint 2, this grid is actually quite spread out. So, yeah, this is all right. We do see a couple of cars do make their way into the pits. The P1R team, as well as, yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be out. You don't want to be out on track right now, do you? On softs, on slicks.
Oh no, it's definitely enters weather now. See how our leaders are doing. Oh, they still have to go up.
Turbo? Does Turbo come in?
Yeah, well, let's see. Uh-oh, we have a car. Oh no. I wish
a
I
bit
could
behind.
go back.
Lucas. Mr. SBS.
Oh no.
Hanging on
Let's-
for his dear life.
Lucas and Ruzi with the half-second penalty, but they're also on the wrong tire.
Oh.
And then Macho, he did seems like he did have an incident because he was on the middle of the track.
Oh, cars all over the place. Oh, now it's getting really interesting. Yep.
Okay, here comes the P1R team with the smart move on the pits. They are going to grab two positions just going into Wuhan, and coming out of Wuhan, they're going to grab the other one. So they gained 3 positions. Just like that. And we have a new race leader, Adriano, but he decided to start a new lap on the racing softs.
It's continuing.
Yeah, it seems that he's taken the gamble to maybe drive slower now because this cloud is passing. So he's just going to be careful, but he doesn't realize where a lot of our other teams just crashed.
Yeah.
It's wetter up here.
Rouge.
Yeah, it's wetter up here during the. I'm trying to remember the name of these corners. Lecombes.
Lacombe, yep.
Yep, Lacombe. Sorry, throwing the S on there. My French is not that great.
Yeah, French isn't really something too intuitive if you've never learned it, so.
I think the X on this corner is silent. It's Bruxelles. Maybe it makes like a...
Brussels.
Oh, Brussels. Okay. Brussels. Hairpin. Yes.
I think it's also... Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah. And that's No Name Corner, and then going into this is Pouillon. I think the H is silent, and he's having a tough time here.
But does everybody else continue as well? That's the question.
Looks like Loose Moose is on the inters. So they did pit, so I saw that they pitted earlier, so they're going to try to gain some of that time back on the Esports Racing Asylum team, which they are. You can see that delta is going down quite rapidly, but just remember that once the track dries, they will have to go back into the pits to get back on the slicks, which is 70 seconds, because it's 35 seconds to pit. Actually, it's a little bit more because you are taking it to... Oh, okay, so it's like 35 to 37 seconds. So 70 to 74 seconds total time in the pits that he will need to make up on Adriano, who decided not to pit. So it's always a gamble. Sometimes it's always better just to make the safer call, so you don't get damaged or you don't wreck,
Yeah. And if you're driving on slicks in these conditions, if you want to make it work, like you can drive slowly, but just one puddle of water, you're right into the wall, and then you have damage, and you have to pit regardless. So
right,
yeah.
Sometimes it's
you really
better.
have to be safe.
Exactly.
And
all right, let's make
SBS is really catching up.
He is
catching back up to.
I mean, he's within slip now. He'll be able to probably make a move. Because he'll have better grip going up Eau Rouge. He'll be able to make a pass going into to Lacombe, and he already did.
I do have to say, I'm a bit behind on the stream, so I'm seeing everything a bit after it happened. So yeah, apologies if I'm not commentating the exact thing that you're seeing right away.
I am streaming. I am sharing my screen through Discord, so you may be able to get a more accurate than you would from the live stream on YouTube.
Let me see.
You can see my screen on Discord.
Okay, so are we seeing Adriano right now?
Right now, I'm on Adriano. Timestamp 30 minutes, 35 seconds. Is that accurate?
Okay, perfect, perfect. Yep,
Okay, cool.
that's
Now
better.
you're on
That's
time
a
with
lot
me.
better. Yep. Yeah, I missed that. I missed that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to go through the grid and see how everybody's doing. Seems like everybody...
I think rain has stopped now.
Yeah,
The
so
track's gonna be drying out.
I will say a couple of teams are still on the slicks, and it might be okay. It might not be the end of the road for them. You know, I know Loose Moose Racing did just come out and take the lead, but they do have to go back into the pits. Oh no.
Ooh.
The B Cougar team just went off.
No damage, no damage.
No
That's
damage,
what
just running
important.
through the sand.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yep, that's why I have a runoff there. Won't be the first or last that we see that happen to today.
But yeah, it looks like all these teams that are enters, they will have to go back into the pits and put on the slicks again. So that will be another 35-second loss. So once these other cars come back out on the slicks, we'll see a more accurate representation of what the actual place positions for these cars look like.
Exactly. Yeah, and you can see the dry line already forming. So yeah, now the softs will again start to be the tire of choice. So thus the Mr. SBS, and who else pitted to Inters? Yeah,
I would
I
say
don't
at
think they
least
profit.
two-thirds of the grid did go on inters. Maybe not. I think there's about 3, maybe 4 cars that are still on slicks. So
Yeah, I think if you didn't get any, if you stayed on slicks and didn't get damage, I think you made the right move. I mean, easy to say now, but when it happens, do you stay safe or do you risk it all?
yeah, I mean that's 1 minute and 10 seconds that you're losing time on the track in the pits. So you have to figure out which time loss is less, and if you can avoid damage, that's definitely to your benefit.
Yes, and yeah, soon the Inters will also start overheating because of the dry line.
Absolutely, and you can
So
even
you
see
want
it now. Adriano is starting to cut that gap already, so it was the safer call to go on inters, but if you can manage the driving on the wet track, I think Adriano actually made the right call.
Yes, yes, and so did the rest of the cars that stayed on slicks. Does anybody have damage? I hope not.
Let's take a look.
River Ruckus on Inters. Yeah, no damage. That's good. Inters.
Yeah.
Mortalia. Yep.
Okay.
Inters as well.
All right, Monkey. Luckily, I saw that he did have a moment that he was in the middle of the track after a little bit of an incident in the rain, but he has no damage. So that is good for him, good for the esports team. So this is an opportunity to gain 35 seconds on our lab Mr. SBS, which will cut his pace down to about 40 seconds.
Yes, but the team that we're looking at in terms of the esports, S7R esports, it's Adriano in P2, and he's never pitted, so he won't be gaining anything on him there, and it's just going to be a pure pace race till the end.
So yeah, he won't gain much time on lead, but he will gain some positions. So that's still, I think, still a positive for the team.
Yeah.
A couple of drivers deciding, even though there's still a little bit of wet on the track, to decide to switch back to the slicks a little early. They may use this as an opportunity to refill a little bit, they can get the optimal 17, 18 laps on the slicks.
Yeah, we saw car number 66, GT Finland Racers, take a bit of fuel, just a splash of fuel, not too much, and they're going back out on track, but they're gonna have to be very careful now on the pit exit there, which is still wet. So,
Let's see. That's good. This is good for the Me Cougar team. It looks like that they did gain a couple of. Well, actually, I think they gained their original position back after a couple of off-track incidents, but they are on the slicks, so they're ready to push forward again, and they will pit, you know, during their regular and scheduled pit window, as if there wasn't going to be any rain.
yes, and we did have a wet stint declared, which means you don't have to use the mandatory tires, which are just racing softs, but it doesn't really matter since everybody's using softs anyway, so
Right.
won't change a lot. But yeah, it's good that we have a bit of a splash of rain here, just to make matters a bit more interesting. Otherwise, yeah, just measure everyone's pace and see what they do.
I will say, let's see how the this undercut works for Macho Monkey and see what position they come out on. Looks like
Does Mr. SBS take any fuel?
I think he will. He will probably take about 10 liters because he wants to be sure to make a full stint, a full 18 lap stint. Okay, he takes a little bit extra,
Yeah,
but here.
spot on.
So it looks like,
But-
yeah, our lab, SBS, and River Ruckus will hold their positions in P2 and P3, but it does bring the esports team up to P4 with a position to possibly attack.
Yes, and Macho has already made up what? So they started in P9, I think.
They did, and we'll actually see what at the end of Kemmel what the new accurate delta is going to look like. It's probably going to be somewhere around 15, 14 seconds.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Once again, you're spot on.
Four seconds behind is the Grid Life team. Lucas trying to close the gap to the 7R Esports team. They actually have a nice little, not quite a train, but a nice, evenly spaced gap between P4 to P7.
Yeah, and it's let's hope it stays something like that until the end of this 24 hours, because yeah, during those 24 hours, because of the pace difference, you would usually see like at the end like gaps of minute between each car. So let's enjoy it while we can, and but hope that it stays like this throughout the weekend.
With the Me Cougar team leading the back. Sounds a bit redundant for me to, or not redundant, but paradoxical to say leading the back. But he is in the rear of this pretty spaced out train. But to make for good racing, it'd be nice to see all these cars probably within a half second of each other. Because then you can see how the dirty air comes into play.
Yeah.
I have noticed that a lot of these cars are running a lot of different types of aero setups. So, you know, some are running high downforce, some are running low downforce, and I guess it can make driving in dirty air inconsistent, because you don't know what kind of aero the car in front of you is running or behind you, and sometimes makes driving driving in the dirty air a bit unpredictable.
Exactly. So so the question is like, what do you compromise? Do you compromise your straight line speed to be faster in the corners, mainly sector 2, or do you just want to be safe in sector 2 and maybe compromise your straight line speed a bit? Yeah. So we will see. We see a lot of different choices there, and if you want to get a bit of an insight into who is using less downforce, who's using more, just take a look at the gaps on the straight if the cars are driving closely to each other, and you'll see if someone's driving with more or less downforce, because some cars will allow you to use like less downforce than the others. For example, with the GTR you can drive with a lot less downforce than you can with the Lexus, and Aston Martin as well. Yeah, so it's really like as a spectator you often don't think about those things too much, but if you're participating, there's just so many things you have to worry about, and you have to drive for 2 hours in a single stint. So yeah, this you have to imagine how exhausting it must be for these drivers, and very often after those 2 hours you have to go and take a shower.
Yeah, it gets pretty sweaty. I can't deny that.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it's crazy too, because during our practice, you know, sometimes we're practicing on more than just one aero setup. You know, sometimes we're running. You know, obviously, if you know that there's going to be a good splashdown of rain in your stint, you're going to want to run higher downforce because it makes managing driving in the rain easier. But I know some drivers, they prefer lower downforce settings because they feel that they can use mechanical grip in the tires and just their driving style, or maybe the weight distribution of the car to be as fast as they can, independent of the aerodynamics. Which means the lower, you know, obviously lower aerodynamics means that they have less drag and have the opportunity to be faster in a straight line and use their skill and mechanical grip and maybe the car's personal characteristics to be fast in the corners.
Yeah, spot on. And I mean, the what makes it difficult is that if you're driving in one condition, like one type of weather, so condition in that sense, your setup will work perfectly, but then the weather changes, wind blows in a different direction, and yeah, the track gets a bit colder, and all of a sudden your setup just doesn't work as it used to. Like, there's no grip, your tires feel like they are on ice. So you go practice in the evening, you do one setup, and you think, oh, I'm onto something, this downforce works, but you go again in the morning, take the same downforce, and you're just like driving a completely different car.
Yeah, personally, I don't have that much time to have, you know, what if it's a dry track and I have a headwind going through Kemmel, or what if it's, you know, the opposite with the wind going with, you know, you have a headwind going through Kemmel, but it's wet. Like, I don't have all these different setups. I don't think anybody has that much time to do that. I mean, I'm sure there are those that are dedicated to have like 5 or 6 different aero setups based on what they see when they enter a lobby. More power to them, but you know, I think generally you want to stick with one aerodynamic setup and then master it.
Yeah, if only we had engineers like they do in F1, right? To just think about, yeah, just have someone to think about that. I'm just going to stick to driving and not worry about it too much. Maybe just provide a bit of feedback. Say, my car's a bit oversteery there, it's a bit understeery there. Someone tells you like, oh yeah, just move up your front wing aero or rear wing aero, and you just go ahead and drive. But yeah, we just have to think about all of that.
So coming into this stint, Adriano and Mr. SBS were only a couple seconds within each other, but it looks like Adriano's decision to stay off the pit line and stay on the track on the slicks definitely helped him out. Obviously, when he pits during his regularly scheduled pit, he may lose that position, but he will still have a generally favorable track position because obviously he'll have fresh set of softs, and then he'll also just be on a good pit strategy because, you know, the LMR team, sorry, not LMR because that's last minute racing, the Loose Moose Racing team will still have to pit again regardless to come on another set of fresh tires. And so good on Adriano to make a 3-second gap, a 45-second gap.
Yeah, the rain hasn't come late enough to change the strategy a bit. Yeah, came really early into the pit stop, into the stint. So yeah, I'm curious to see how this will affect the strategy of those who came in and changed their tires to inters, because so they will be driving. So everybody pitted. So when did Mr. SBS pit?
Seems most of them came out on lap 12. So they're only on their 4th or 5th lap on soft tires.
Right. So after lap 12, you have 39. Am I wrong? 39 more laps to go, or 41. My math.
No,
My
that
math isn't
sounds
mathing
right, and it seems that in a situation like that, you would just have to extend your soft tires a couple of laps past their optimal. You know, if you do have to do 220 or 221 lap stints on softs, it's definitely manageable and workable. But you know, obviously you want to do the optimal number of laps on those soft tires while utilizing the same number of pit stops.
Yes, so Mr. SBS and Adriano and the rest of the field have to pit at least once more in this race, regardless.
Oh geez, I have the let me turn. I don't know why it did that by standard. I was supposed to have the driver names off of the car.
Yeah, I'm sure nobody will mind too much.
All right, let's see. River Ruckus is holding that 6-second or so gap behind.
Right, I just realized that we forgot to chat a bit. So yeah, I'm just looking at the chat. You can just focus on the race. So I'm just gonna see if we have any questions in the chat.
Awesome. Let's compare lap times. It seems Macho and the SMR Esports team are chopping away a little bit at the last minute racing team in P3. Again, last minute racing did decide to hit onto the inters, so they will be pitting probably, I'd say, somewhere close to the end of, somewhere between lap 28 to 30. You'll see a lot of these cars that pitted onto inters coming in to put their fresh soft tires on, while these other ones who stayed on the softs, they'll probably be coming in within the next few laps. Or I don't know, I feel like the pit window's starting kind of now, anywhere between laps 17 to 19.
Yes, and I think Macho will have to come in shortly because he's pretty low on fuel. So yeah, it's gonna have maybe 2 or 3 more laps in that car and have to pit.
That's right.
Yeah, RV, we're not ignoring you. We're not ignoring everybody. We've just realized that yeah, we forgot to chat a bit, but we're here now. Can we turn up the volume on the noob commentator? Who's the? I guess it would probably be me. I was a bit behind the microphone, so or in front of the microphone. So I hope it's a bit better now.
Let's see. I'm gonna go into the chat and see where our volume levels are at, and then maybe I might be able to make some adjustments. all the way
Does it
up.
sound
Mine's
better
all the way
now?
up.
Okay. Yeah, let me have a quick look at mine as well.
I turned up the master volume, so we should be good there.
Okay.
All right. Currently, P1R is about 7 seconds behind the S7R Esports team, but do have better tires, so they will be taking P4 back in just a few moments once this originally scheduled pit for everybody who stayed on the soft tires through the rain.
And they are saying in the chat that you are a bit low. For me, you seem completely fine, but yeah, maybe it comes a bit low through the stream.
Okay.
So see if you can do anything about that. But yeah,
Will
in the
do.
meantime, yeah. So Italia P1R doing mid 17s now at this point.
Yeah.
What about Lucas? Can we go to Lucas a bit? See what his pace is like. Lucas doing high 16s. Yeah. So these are all the drivers who swapped who changed their tires. So who went on inters and now are a bit on a bit fresher softs. So they will have a bit better pace than the leaders who have not changed their tires.
Remember earlier, maybe about, I don't know, 5-6 laps ago, around lap 12, P4 to P7, they were all about a second to a second and a half behind each other, but it seems that there's been a little bit of a gap here. Well, we have a battle for position here.
Indeed.
The Finns are on the attack, and I think they may be on the better tire too. They are.
Yeah, they've changed their tire and they are catching back up to Ruiz. So will they make a move soon? The GTR is definitely a bit stronger here at Spa than the AMG. We saw that in qualifying. All the GTRs have been in Super Pole, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it takes a look down the inside. Not gonna happen there. He's just gonna have to wait for that back straight. Just catch that slipstream and then hope to make a move into the chicane. But he's gonna have to stay close here. Will Ruiz go into the pits now? He changed his tires already, so I don't think so, right?
No, he stayed out. He stayed out during the rain.
Oh.
So he has worn soft. That's why the Finns right now have the upper hand on making a move. It looks like he took a wide line there. But
Yeah, I think he's fine
I
here.
wouldn't be surprised if the B Cougar team gets into the pits right now. Oh, he stays out.
Oh,
It is.
yeah. So the question is like, do you battle? Do you battle to keep him behind, or do you just go into the pits and drive your own race? But yeah, I guess we have an answer now. So GTR just gonna have to wait until hope to stay close through Rouge. It's not easy to overtake here, especially in the dirty air. He seems a bit too far right now. Oh yeah, let's go to that cam.
I will say Arrow
Is he gonna-
maybe Ruzi maybe making a strategic call to stay out, because obviously if it's a 52 lap race, you're gonna have to do one lap on one stint that's 18 laps, and he's like, well, why not? Why not play defensive for a lap, hold up the Finns, and maybe that opportunity to gain that time and track position back later on
There
in
he
the race.
goes. There he goes. And he's through. The Finland is through. Yeah, Ruiz will just have to concede P7 to the car on fresher tires. And I think we're going to see a pit stop now.
Absolutely. And, luckily if there is no more rain, the next two stints that on the softs he'll have to do will only be 17 laps, which is optimal. So you only have to put in 17, plan for 17 laps on softs, which means you just take probably somewhere between 50 to 55 liters of fuel. So you're not weighing yourself down too much on a dry track, because any extra weight and fuel that you're carrying around is only going to slow you down.
Yep, and wear your tires even more.
Boomers, pretty much just in no man's land. Got a 1 minute and 21 gap in front and a 1 minute and 13 gap behind. Good news is tires are pretty fresh. Just running the amount of fuel that they need. No need to do anything fancy. Just go out there, drive in clean air, and try to get some of that. Trying to cut some of that gap to the car in front of you and the car in the lead. So.
Yeah, no distractions, just focus on driving. And there goes Macho into the pits. Ended lap 19. So this will be the longest stint, if I'm not mistaken. And then, yeah, just full send into the next two stints.
Yeah, it looks like...
Question is, how much fuel does he take?
Probably,
does he take
50, maybe?
Just enough? Does he take just enough, or does he compromise here a bit and then save it a bit more for stint 3?
Well, it looks like they will hold the esports, S700 esports team will hold PA, because I don't think that's enough time for Turbo to catch up.
Yep, for sure. It's going to be quite a bit in the ahead there.
They'll have, the good news is that they'll have clean air. They'll have just the opportunity to go out there and run their own race. I don't think anybody's going to get in their way, and they will be able to just put down, hopefully, 16s after 16s with no bother. Adriano coming in, so let's see if Mr. SBS, who is coming up on the end of the Blanchemont, is that what it's called? Into the chicane and putting down 217s. They're about the middle of their soft stint at this moment, so it's kind of where you want to be at this point. Still putting down 17s. Obviously, tires wore enough that maybe hitting 16s may be a little harder, but looking at the lap times, looks like he hasn't been able to hit the 16s quite yet. The first stint on the softs is always the hardest, but as the race progresses, you may be able to see 16s towards the end.
Yeah, Sarvi was asking about Loose Moose losing 10 seconds in the driver's stint, wondering why that was. And looking at Loose Moose fuel, I think that might be the answer, because the drivers will start on about 10 liters of fuel. They will start their stint on 10 liters of fuel, and they'll just have to decide how much fuel they want to put in before they go out. So he might have taken 30 liters of fuel extra, or it might have been an issue with the driver swap. So, but I do think it's that he just took a bit more fuel than he needed to, save that time for the end.
Yeah, it's always, in my personal opinion, it's always good to take maybe 5 to 10 extra liters on your first stint, because sometimes you can't really rely on the estimated laps or starting a race, because your fuel efficiency is a lot higher, because obviously when you're doing your formation lap and preparing the grid on that formation lap, you're trying to use as little fuel as possible. So always put a little bit extra, and then as you go through the race, that fuel economy, that fuel efficiency for the estimated laps is more dialed in. Yep.
I can tell you that from experience. You really don't want to have You really don't want to not have enough fuel to finish your stint. Because yeah, happened to me at Watkins Glen. Just half a lap of fuel seems like nothing. Maybe like a liter of fuel, but yeah, I was that 1 liter down, and I just had to cruise for half a lap, which cost me like probably 10 to 15 seconds, which in racing terms is like a year. So better safe than sorry. It's better to lose maybe 5 seconds to put extra fuel than to lose 15 seconds just limping back to the pits to put that extra fuel in.
So now my
And yeah,
question is do you think you see anybody come out on mediums to do an extremely long stint on mediums so they don't have to pit again?
I can tell you based on S7R strategy, it wasn't really a favorable one. Nobody was too keen on doing that because I think most of the guys here did just practice on softs. And I think you would only see mediums if some unforeseen circumstances force you to, like maybe a bit of rain or maybe some damage. So I think unless forced, we won't see mediums here. We might see it during the 24 hours. We might see a different strategy than just going softs till the end. But I think someone willingly making that decision to go on mediums, very unlikely.
Yeah, it does seem that you kind of put yourself on the back foot if you are gonna use the mediums, because if you're on the mediums and rain comes, you kind of feel like that whole time on the mediums was just time that you were off pace, and that pace or that time is lost and you'll never get it back. So that's why I think we probably won't see the mediums often, unless it is a team that is taking a gamble, because most of these scheduled rain slots that we have are R2 or R3. So if we get into these R3 stints, or even later on, we do see some R4 stints. You obviously you want to be on the soft tire before that rain hits, so you could schedule it and get on those inters immediately if necessary.
Yeah. But yeah, thinking about it now, actually, pit loss is, as we mentioned before, 35 seconds. So on mediums everywhere, I'm not sure about Spa, but pretty much around every like normal length track, mediums will be around a second slower. Because of the length of Spa Franchorchamps, I think maybe a bit more, maybe just like a second, 1.3, 1.4, maybe up to 1.5. So yeah, if you do the maths and see that mediums that you can go like mediums for half a race, maybe even longer, I think mediums could go close to 40 laps. Maybe not even the worst decision, to be honest. Maybe not the worst decision.
Yes, I agree. Finns here kind of got some clean air in front of them, a whole 10 seconds. See them maybe cutting away a little bit at P1R and P4. I think they do have, yep, their tires are, they were on the same strategy, so at this point it's just, it's the car and it's the driver, not necessarily the conditions, because they are on similar conditions. Although the GTR is a much, I wouldn't say a much stronger car here, but it is definitely it is one of the metas.
It definitely is. The tire wear, the downforce, just the acceleration and how stable that car is. It would certainly be my car of choice if, let's be political and say if Lexus wasn't there, because it's still the car that I'm affiliated with, so I cannot be too harsh on it.
Right. No, I it's funny in our own Toyota Cup that we're running. We're running all sorts of categories in this series, but the Group 3 cars are open selection, and I started the season on the Aston because, obviously I have aerodynamics tunability in that series as well, and I switched to the GTR because the GTR is actually my go-to. The Aston's great, but it's only a close second to the GTR. The GTR is my one and only, I hate to say.
Yeah. As final, I just said, it's Godzilla for a reason. It's just like the sound of it, the experience of driving it, the pops and bangs, just the whole experience. It's lovely, isn't it?
Well, the GTR R35, may it rest in peace. It seems that the successor for the Nissan GT3 car will probably be this 400Z. Maybe
400Z.
Well, I know they're using it for the GT500 Super GT. They're using the 400Z as the new car for the Nissan category.
Oh, right. I didn't know that. I'm not. I'm not really following GT3. Like, it's my favorite category to drive, but I'm not really watching it in terms of racing. I just watch F1, to be honest. So, yeah, that's interesting. I maybe we will see eventually we will see the 400Z in this game, or maybe even GT8.
Based on what we know, probably GT8. That's probably won't see it in GT7, but looking forward to it either in the game or in real life. But the GTR did hold its own for 15 years or so.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult to replace that car. Such a legendary look, and you can just recognize it based on the headlights alone.
All right, looks like S7R Me Cougar is gaining a little bit of time back on the Grid Life team. Lucas currently on towards the end of his soft stint. It is starting to get to that pit window time for those cars that swapped over to the Inters. So we'll keep our eye out on that. Obviously, you can see that his times are starting to slow. He is in the 220s, while the Me Cougar team is still on the 19s. And Macho.
Oh, there you go.
No, I'm here. Macho recently coming out of the pits about 5 laps ago, lap 20, putting on a new set of softs. So he is just he's in his own mode right now, just putting down 16s since coming out of the pits, and hope to see more of it.
Yeah, that's what we like to see for sure. It's not going to be easy to catch up back to esports race asylum, but yeah, we'll have to try.
And Turbo, although not as far back behind P8 as he was before, only because Macho did pit not too long ago, so clean air. So it's like what I like to see. See if he can get a little bit of track position back on to set him up for an opportunity to gain a position or two. AHR, we got a little bit of a battle here for position for P10.
Yeah, let's stay here. The question is So the car behind, who is that? That's
It's the Racist Island team. Team
Racist
Black?
Island.
Oh, but it looks like the race lead. I saw a blue flag. What was that from? No, there's no blue flag. I'm so confused.
Yeah, GT7 will sometimes do that, but
Oh,
who is
okay.
actually
It's Macho approaching the blue
Yeah.
flag on this battle position for not last place. So let's go.
Macho with the fastest lap of 2:16.2, if I'm not mistaken. It's a bit grainy, the image for me, so.
Yeah, that is right. And I think it's the second fastest lap we've seen today. Right now, I think Hazal currently has the fastest with a 15.9.
Yep. But I think, no, I think that was at one point. I think Antonio stole that and did like a 15.7. That's the last thing I've seen. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah.
I'm sure the stewards, or not the stewards, but the race director is keeping track of all of that. Queen Ray.
Yeah. Antonio was forced to take the tire change a bit before the stint end, so he used that and set a pretty fast lap. Yep, 2:15.7 from Antonio.
Looks like they still have an opportunity to battle each other for maybe another lap or two before they have to bend the knee to the blue flag. But I think we'll probably see if they are unable to pass each other, they may pit before Macho has the opportunity to pass on the blue flag.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to see is if you're coming up to cars that you're lapping, the last that was close.
They both had a moment.
That was very close. Yeah, I was about to say the last thing you want to see when you're coming up to blue flags is that they are battling each other because they might be so caught up that they don't really notice you. So yeah, let's hope that these boys do.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like the RA team got a half-second penalty with that little moment with the chicane, coming out of the chicane, probably rolling up on the green and on all four corners of the wheel were outside of the curb, so they did get a little half-second penalty there, but they are playing nose to tail on the AHR team still.
Yeah, they had a look. They had a look down the inside, but yeah, didn't go for it. Too risky at this point. But if you have a penalty like that, I mean, I can tell you at least from my experience, I will. Even though I have a penalty, I'll still try to go for it because I want to, like, after serving the penalty, I want to be closer rather than further behind. So yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if he went for that. But Macho is coming fast right now, so they will. He'll hope that they move out of the way. Yep.
He's making the pass.
Ari.
Yeah.
Ari did move out of the way. Now it's GT Slider for the AHR. He'll have to do that next, and yeah, smarter to do it there.
Yeah.
Smarter to do it there than to lose. Than to give yourself a penalty on the back straight.
All right, he is serving his penalty, so AHR will get a little bit of breathing room. They may extend the soft stint past the optimal 17, 18 laps. They may go a little bit longer just to fall back in line with the normal pit schedule. So if that's the case, we might start seeing a lot of these cars doing extended soft stints dipping into the 21s or possibly even the 22s. Lucas.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, like, thinking about it now. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some mediums here, because you will either have to pit now and then once again, or you can just put all the fuel in, put the mediums on, and go to the end. So yeah, we may see something like that, and honestly, I would love to see it just to see how those strategies play out.
Got the Boomers and the Me Cougar team working with each other for a little bit, but honestly, I think IRO's running much fresher tires because he pitted just the last lap, so much better track position for him at the moment. But it's
yeah, I think they might communicate.
each other.
Yeah, I think they might communicate. If Reese is faster than Turbo, they might communicate to just let him by. The sister teams, after all.
Yeah, no reason for teammates to hold each other up, so we may see something, team orders here in a few moments.
What is happening at the front of the pack?
Okay. Yeah, it has been
we
a minute.
see the Mr. SBS doing high 17s.
Yeah, it looks like he's his tires are worn a bit, you know, but he's still putting in his last lap was a 17.9, so he's still trying to preserve being in the 17s as long as possible. Well, Adriano definitely has a pace advantage at the moment. He's on different pit schedules, so he's pit more recently, and he's got fresher tires.
Yep, and he's making that he's making those softs work because he's put in the fastest lap of the stint, 16.2. Just tenth and a half quicker than Macho Monkey. River Ruckus is not too far behind. Also doing 16s.
Ah, I don't see that. I see 18s, unless there's a...
Oh, yeah. It's my image is a bit grainy, so I thought those were 16s. What's the gap between them?
It looks like it's 5 seconds, but Adriano had made a pass earlier because River Ruckus was in P2. So the last minute racing team still has a nice little cushion on P4 to final at the podium positions. But yes, has been on those soft tires for a bit longer than Adriano, so not quite yet, but the pit window should be approaching here in the next 3 to 4 laps, possibly. Not sure.
Yes, I'm sure we will see him in the pit lane pretty soon.
That just tells you how well the pit strategy. Well, I would say the not going into the pit strategy worked out for the esports racing asylum team, because they didn't do a pit and have already made up that time on our lab SBS. Yes.
So as you said it at the time, 70 seconds are very, very difficult to make up, even though you may be like 10 seconds per lap quicker in the rain, but if it just rains only for like 3 or 4 laps, it still won't be enough.
The P1R team still in the 18s towards the end of their life on these softs, so very impressive. They've been on these softs, I think, since about lap 12. So
Yeah, again, just like River Ruckus, they will go into the pits pretty soon. Yeah, we're getting a question, is there any more rain coming? Maybe we can, yeah, maybe we could just have a brief look there at the weather radar.
You want me to go back and take a look, or do you want me to maybe scroll through this, scroll through here and see if maybe one of the teams have it? No, it looks like they're. It's only oh, here we go. Weather radar.
Yeah.
Not seeing anything. So right now it's just time to put your head down and take advantage of that dry track.
Yep. Nothing on the radar. We would love to see a bit of maybe even yellow on that radar, but yeah, there's nothing.
I don't think you'll see any yellow unless you're like R5, R6. But most of these stints, we're not going to see anything higher than R3. Outside of a couple stints, we do see R4 later on in the race, as it is expected. That's the stronger and more maybe difficult weather. The drive-in won't happen until towards the last third of this race.
Yeah. Tomorrow morning. I guess it also depends on where you're listening us from. But yeah, towards the end of the race, there will be a few of RO4 spots. So yeah, when I practice in RO4, sometimes it even gets to full wet. So yeah, might be very interesting later on. But for now, it seems just slicks and nothing else.
Got a little blue flag orders here.
Ooh, but he goes off. Adriano goes off.
That was not as clean as we had hoped. Personally, I always on a left turn. Obviously, it's better for the car under the blue flag to stay to the outside of the turn, not necessarily the inside of the turn.
Yeah. Just stay clear of the racing line. If you're gonna move out of the way in the corners, try to do it off the racing line to not compromise the car that is trying to lap you, because you will do them. You will not do them a favor.
Yeah, it looks like they probably, because caused them to run a little off track. I think they lost probably about a second and a half. And they got dirty tires, so these things happen though. It's the nature of racing. Mistakes are made, but no hard feelings.
Yeah, no hard feelings, and I'm sure they won't mind too much because the car that they're racing is quite a bit behind. So these couple of seconds won't make too much of a difference.
River Ruckus running that fuel tank dry and making sure they get every mile that they can off of those soft tires. The question is
and off of that fuel.
If
zero.
Yeah. If they come out on softs, do you think they can make it to the end? And 21, 22 laps, so a little bit longer than optimal on the softs, but definitely doable. Yeah, I would say so. Very doable. Last few laps are going to be a struggle, just trying to survive. But they've pretty much done the same thing here. Like they've done 20 laps, I think, on these softs. So the tires were very worn, so they're going to be familiar with the feeling. So I think we're going to see the same in the end. Macho getting past the LMR team as well as the team Finns. So, another thing about the S7R Esports team right now, because they were on an off-cycle pit, I think they're going to be able to. They're not going to have very worn softs at any point for the rest of this race.
No. It's going to be full send until the end of the race. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was worth thinking about those mediums after the. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna drive stint 3. So if the rain does come, I will have a big think about the strategy. Now, also depending on when it comes.
Looks like the Loose Moose Racing team is coming into pit. I would imagine that all these cars that are pitting now are on their last stop. Looks like Adriano is comfortably in P1 at the moment. So good for the ERA, Esports Racing Asylum team. On the finale right now, the championship between P1 and P2 is only 1 point. So the only thing that matters right now is, I mean, it could be 2 cars on the track right now. It could be ERA and the S7R Esports team. The only thing that matters is one finishing in front of the other to decide the championship.
Exactly. Unless it's in very low positions, in which case the fastest lap might even decide it. If it's just but I don't see that happening unless we see some disconnects, which I really hope don't decide a race, don't decide a championship. Even if it's to our benefit, I wouldn't like that. I would prefer to just do it on track.
So the true gap between P1 and P2 is about 55 seconds. Wow.
And what is the gap between Macho and a minute?
1 minute.
Between Macho and Adriano? Yeah, 1 minute.
But,
yeah.
You know, it's 1 minute may seem like a lot, but over the course of a 2-hour race, you know, if one driver has pace over another driver of simply 1 second, that will be an equalizer for the following stint. You know, I think it's definitely manageable. And not to put any pressure on you, because I know you're driving for the S7R team on the next stint. But obviously you're my sister team, and I wish you the best. So go out there and do your best. Speaking of which, keep your eye open on the IRO Discord, because the next
stint will open.
Lobby should be opening soon.
Yeah. Just monitoring the notifications. So as soon as I see that happening, I'm probably gonna be leaving pretty quickly.
No, I definitely agree, and definitely get back in chat with the teammates and have the race engineer assist you as much as possible. And I'm the following stint. I'm driving stint 4, so.
We're gonna be hearing from each other again.
For sure. Macho still in the 17s.
Yeah, doing good work on those now. A bit more worn tires, still not horrible, but yeah, they are more worn than they used to be. So it's going to be slowly going into high 17s until Macho decides to pit. And now it's 19 more racing laps. So we're going to see the pit pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, personally for me, if I could stay in the 18s for an 18-lap stint, I'm in a good place. But I know Macho is a bit more talented than me, and so I'm sure his goal for the 18 laps is to stay in the 17s. So trying to get as every amount of pace as possible out of these soft tires to make up that 1 minute gap to lead. So hopefully, maybe before he pits, he may be able to put a little pressure under the Loose Moose Racing team in P2. Although they are on very much fresh tires.
Different. Yeah, and do they? Yeah, well, they will have to pit again though, won't they? So yeah, both will.
I don't know.
No, they won't.
We discussed it earlier. I was like, a lot of
Yeah,
these
yeah,
ones
yeah,
that
yeah,
pitted
yeah.
a couple laps before, they may be going to
Yeah.
the end. Although, obviously, towards lap 50 to 54, they may be a little bit off pace, a little bit slower because of their extended run on that soft tire for that last stint.
Being away F1, can it be rain in all stints through the whole race? Rain is the big X factor. Funny with rain. Yes, pretty much the rain is a possibility in every stint. But as we discussed it earlier, the like,
Yeah.
a bit of a moment there from P1R. Yeah,
Snappy.
rain will play a bit of a bigger factor towards the end of this whole race. But yeah, there is a possibility of rain in each stint, and yeah, pretty realistic possibility. P1R with a big moment there. He'll be glad that he didn't go into the wall there, because it's pretty easy, especially if you stay on the throttle on that Astro there, because you don't want to compromise the whole straight, but at the same time you don't want to compromise your stint either. So yeah, better to lift off a bit. And
good news
Yeah.
for them. They didn't really lose a lot of times. I think they probably lost a few tenths, but nothing too crazy. You know, that first hot lap they did was a 17.3, and you know, I think that's still a pretty solid lap, because that first hot lap, those tires are actually still kind of cold. So this lap, I probably expect them to be in the 16s again. Running a purple right now, might see a 15. I don't know. I'm gonna keep my eye on them though.
Yeah, let's maybe we can do an onboard for this lap, just to have a little look at P1R.
Oops. All right. Where are they at? Oh, there we go.
Hell yeah. So yeah, he'll be hoping to see at least a blue sector 2, if not purple. He would probably be happy with purple. So yeah, through Pua now, going into. Oh, these names of the corners are very difficult to remember.
Oh man, hold on. I have an a graphic. Campus.
Campus, that's right. And let's see the sector 2 time now. Yeah, it is blue. That's what he'll like to see. And now onto the back straight. Macho is in the pits now as well, so he'll be doing the 18 laps until the end of his stint, and he'll give it over to myself. And now into the chicane, aggressive on the curbs there, aggressive on the second curb as well, first gear on the exit, and what will the lap be? A 16?
It's an improvement, but an improvement for their best as well. So their previous best was a 17.1, so let's see. It looks like P1R will take back P4. This Macho's just probably now approaching his pit lane and currently filling in fuel. So
take about
anybody else is going to be able to
50 liters.
Okay.
55.
So that's definitely enough to get to the end. Let's see where Luke is in relation to Macho coming out of the pits. It looks like it may be.
Oh, there he is. You can see him
approaching the end of Camel. They may be side to side.
Flat out through the Yao Rouge. Oh, there he is. This is going to be a battle now.
Ooh,
does he have what it takes here?
On the inside. He's going to defend. Not enough.
Oh yeah.
Just
They'll have
enough
to concede
get
that.
past.
but he definitely won't just give it up that easily. He couldn't do anything more there because, yeah, just going out of the pits, you'll carry a lot less speed than from the exit of turn 1. But now, yeah, we can monitor this for a while to see if Macho retakes this quickly, because I'm sure as hell he'll want to do that. Yeah, already giving him just showing him that he's there, just giving him something to think about, and right on the back end of it, and already now alongside. Oh, he'll go for the move there, and he goes. He does go for it, and just make sure that you get a good exit onto the back straight, so you don't have to fight for that position again.
Just tells you how talented a driver like Macho Monkey is, because I have run a number of different leagues sharing the grid with Lucas, and I'm gonna tell you, he's got a lot of talent as well, and it absolutely destroys me on my best day. His worst best day is better than my best day. So yeah, so I think there's a sign of respect there for Lucas to try to defend a little bit, but just to realize that there is two levels of abilities there, and good sportsmanship there.
There definitely is, and when you just look at the daily races, like IMEA top split, in the top split you will see different splits. Like even on a very stacked day, when you have a lot of quick drivers, you will still see groups of cars, even with that custom slipstream, which is way different from what we have in these lobbies here. This is the real slipstream, so it will give you a lot of dirty air. In the corners you will have to pay the price. On the back straight, on the straights you will have a bit of that draft, but in the corners it's just very difficult to drive behind someone. And I mean, even in those daily races you will see big gaps, and it's the top split, so like even in the very high rated A+ drivers, there will be big differences. And when you remember as well that there are other ratings too, I mean, as they say, comparison is a thief of joy. Like, you will go into a bit of a lower rank lobby, feel good about yourself, and then all of a sudden you're in top split and you're getting swarmed by everyone. So many different levels here of pace. So yeah, it's just I think consistent improvement is what's important, because not always. Sometimes you will be faster, sometimes you will be slower. There will be good combos, bad combos, but yeah, consistency is the key.
Macho currently on a purple going through sector 2, so let's see if he can take advantage of a good bus stop to maybe crack into the 215s. Really take advantage of those. Yeah, I think he did a good job on exit there. Oh, 16.3. Good bus stop, but not a great one, because yeah, he was on pace to break his previous best, or the previous best lap on here by Adriano, but lost about a tenth there.
Yeah, the bus stop can be very tricky, but just the curbs themselves, you have to attack them very aggressively. Sometimes they'll just snap your backhand out, and also the wind will play a big effect there, because you will sometimes brake later, sometimes it'll brake sooner. You just never know. Ruiz with a penalty there, half a second.
3 seconds behind Lucas, but with that half-second penalty, it probably will be 4 seconds.
Yeah.
But I think they're on the same pit cycle, so once he gets that 4-second gap to Lucas, once he starts the penalty, maybe he may be able to inch back, or at least maintain and hold that delta. So possibly the next driver in the stint can make the attack back on the grid lap team. But our race leader is into the pits, coming out of the pits now. See what that gap to the race leader is. Both drivers taking these current tires to the end, so Adriano simply going to be on pace to cut that deficit back down to Mr. SPS. Looks like Turbo caught himself in the middle of a battle between the race leaders. Maybe after the no-name corner will go off and allow the blue flag to be served. There we go, as expected. Very prompt, very quick. And in the best thing about it is Turbo really didn't lose any time while, giving up the blue flag expediently.
Ooh, can we go through the cars on the grid, see if anyone has a radar up? The weather radar?
Oh yeah, P2 did, ERA. So it looks like something is on the radar. I can't really tell if it's moving in this direction. It actually looks like it's moving away. So it looks like it's becoming less visible.
Yeah.
Less prominent.
Yeah.
So I think we're safe. Now we'll see what happens towards the end of the race. Usually we like to see some weather theatrics towards the end, so we'll definitely keep our eye on. Good to know that Adriano has that showing, so if we come back later, it'll still be there. Unfortunately, we can't scroll through the weather radar like the drivers can, but there's small little Easter eggs that we know how to figure things out.
Yeah, the stupid cloud just went off the radar, so there's nothing. Looks like this stint doesn't have any more rain in it, unless there's something hiding on the other end of it. But it's gonna be tough. Just have a look at the forecast just a little bit to see if there's any chance. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I will just have a quick look.
Yeah, so let's see, weather forecast. Oh, it went away. I had it up. I guess after a while it kind of closes. I have to go back and open it again.
I mean, there is a bit of RO3 in the end, so you never know. It might just happen. But yeah, I guess you'll have to stick around to find out.
P1R still in the 16s after about 7 laps on the soft tires. So currently one of the fastest cars on the grid. With a 34-second delta to lead, which is also an Aston Martin. I think
for sure.
If you were to take an average of the fastest cars over the entirety of the season, these 10 races, I think on average the Aston Martin is the meta to near meta for almost every track, despite it having a very weak 6th gear. But the thing about the Aston Martin is that it has amazing acceleration out of low speed turns, and for the most part will do two things. It'll make up for bad top end, and two, it'll make for hard passing on shorter straightaways. Obviously for longer straightaways, it will, I would say, Radion to the end of Kemmel, is an opportunity for the Aston Martin to be passed, but generally, the Aston Martin will still put up purple sector ones despite not having the good sixth gear.
Yeah, we didn't see too much of it at the start of the season, but once we got a few of those power tracks out of the way, the Aston really started showing what it's capable of. So yeah, now you're always just having to look at it at the top of the leaderboard. And Stig, my stint is now live. So I think I will leave you to bring this stint to bring this home, and I'll speak to you later. To the viewers watching, stick around. This race is gonna be very interesting until the end. So see you soon.
Cheers, Bombardier. Good luck to you.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So now it's solo commentary booth. But I'm looking forward to it. I know my other teammates, S7R Tati, is currently engaged in another league, many of which may be familiar with McNaughty's Naughty Racing League. He is doing his finals right now, so Tati is providing her commentary acumen to that race. So McNaughty is a huge supporter of the International Racing Organization, and also a driver. He drives for the S7R Me Cougar team, so he helps with providing, help with, stint hosting as well as his driving. So thank you to him, and thank you to Tati, who she would be here with me if they were available, but understandably why she isn't. So we got Macho currently with a comfortable gap to Lucas, who obviously when he came out of the pits was just behind him, tucked in behind him at the end of Kemmel, but was able to get past him at Pouan, and now has built up a 12-second gap and running a purple. Currently battling for that fastest lap with Adriano. It looks like lap 40, Macho ran a 15.997 compared to Adriano's 15.901. So, two of the fastest cars on track separated by about a minute on the track. So, Macho not necessarily trying to inch away from lead to the gap to the leader, but just trying to find ways to find positions. Because with 22 hours left of this race, well, 20-ish, 20 to 21 at this point, anything could happen over the next 20 hours. Rain could happen, or mistakes can be made, requiring drivers ahead to pit and fix damage, or just finding ways to eliminate the gap just from pure pace, which is obviously going to be the decision maker for a race like this, due to the talent that is on the grid at this point. This series, in my opinion, currently has the highest level of competition of any external league that I've ran in my Gran Turismo career. P1R maybe started this season a little behind as far as their ability in finishing positions, but right now is doing what it can to finish out the season on podium in P3. However, is currently running a very, very close battle with P3 currently in this race, not overall in the season, with the last minute racing team currently driven by River Ruckus, who last minute racing currently is in P4 for the season and may be able to squeeze out podium for the season, but may require more than just a one position difference between P1R and LMR, or LMR, last minute racing, the actual LMR. However, I'm pretty confident if the race were to end right now with less minute racing ahead of P1R would still finish the season on podium. So, there would have to be something very dramatic to happen in their race for that to happen, but much respect to last minute racing for a very, very good season with very, very good drivers and a very strong team, which I do believe that they have become a much stronger team in comparison to the team that they were when they started the season, with some seasonal acquisitions, but also each driver working very hard to perfect their crafts and just become a better version of their of themselves compared to their previous race. So shout out to them for having a very strong season. We'll definitely finish the season in the top 5, somewhere between P3 to P5. So it's more of a prediction. Obviously nothing is final until, stewarding and obviously all the administration of it all. But 9 races have been completed, so good for them. Here we go. We got a battle right now for the lead. I do believe our lab SBS will have a very hard time trying to keep up with Adriano, as Adriano pitted more recently, and Adriano is, generally, after reviewing and watching the pace on the screen and the times they are posting per lap, Adriano is faster. So again, last Loose Moose Racing running a very good race, running a very good strategy. Was a little bit more safer on the strategy because they did take the intermediates earlier on, but as a consequence of taking the safer option and more, obviously the safer strategy, to the more riskier one by the Esports Racing Asylum team, Adriano has prevailed as the race leader once again. So, just within the last lap, has been able to find about 3/4 of a second in a gap, and is coming off of a purple lap, 15.7. So, definitely making a statement to Macho Monkey as saying he is the fastest car on the track and is the race leader. So, ERA doing everything they can to preserve their championship hopes. Currently running P2, but in a very, very dramatic sense with a 1 point seasonal deficit. So, it is all cards on the table. Who can finish in front of who, and hoping that they can hold on to that 1 minute gap to the S7R Esports team. Checking out the Finns. The Finns running a very good race as well. Getting to the point where that tire wear is having them kind of more in the 17.958. So hoping to hold on to those 17s until the very end of this race, which is decided in 8 laps. Okay, sorry, I had to pull back out my elementary fingers to count the number of laps left, because it kind of gets confusing because these drivers are pitting at the end of lap 53, and you have to count the lap that they are currently on. So they have 8 laps left before the stint 3 begins. So they have a somewhat equal gap to the car in front of them, to the car behind them. Macho currently still in the 16s. Wow, okay. And I'm sure his personal goal is to stay in the 16s until the end of the race. So, Macho, good to you, and keep it up. That gap to leaders hasn't really changed a whole lot. It's still just over 1 minute, but still a lot of race to be had. So keep doing exactly what you're doing. Currently the only Lexus on the track, and I think one of the few teams that has not changed cars at all during the season. So many of these drivers have perfected driving this car. So many of them, Grey Goo, Gankazo, Bombardier, Macho, Antonio, just to list a stable of very high competitive drivers within the EU region. Most of them choosing the Lexus in the Manufacturers Cup for the GT World Series.
Lucas, running wide through the Blanchiment, possibly getting himself.
Oh, I don't see it. No. Oh yeah, he did. He got a half-second penalty, which you could prevent getting that half-second penalty at the expense of heavy lifting off the throttle and bringing it back into the track in a quite dramatic fashion. Sometimes it's better just to continue taking it flat out and eat that half-second penalty based on the situation. So he did try to lift and prevent, but still managed to get the penalty. So that's time lost on both ends, you know. If you had chosen just to continue taking it flat out, you wouldn't have lost that pace towards the end going into the chicane. So it's unfortunate for Lucas.
Grid Life currently
P4 in the championship, or P5. Starting the season very strong. Was podium for most of the season, but did struggle the last few rounds. Hoping to finish the season on a strong note. I'm gonna stick with IRO, or S7R Ruzi. Sorry, it's because I know his actual nickname on the game. So seeing where Ruzi ends up, trying to close the gap to Grid Life. I'm going to predict going into the chicane towards the end of Franchorchamps. He may be about 4.5 seconds behind Let's see if that gap continues to climb based on how well they come out of the chicane. Unfortunately, the Mercedes is not a very strong car here. Generally has been a very good car to choose for the entire season. Unfortunately, the Mercedes was not the car that the Me Cougar team started the season on, as they started the season in the Lexus as well. So they were unable to make a car change without taking a seasonal point penalty, which would not have been worth it. So they decided to stick with it in the Mercedes, which does have very, very good top end and is a very stable car. A little bit of oversteery, but definitely competitive. May have to run a little bit more downforce compared to some of the other cars on the track in order to take some of these tighter turns with the speed that they need at the cost of top end. But very, very, very good car throughout this 10 race season. But kind of looks like Lucas is starting to pull away a little bit. IRO has decided to take this soft stint on these tires for a bit longer than optimal, which isn't going to benefit him in closing the gap to P7, but is the strategy that in this situation, due to the rain earlier in the race, that best suited them. So definitely still in it, still a lot of race to be had. So stint 3 starting in probably the next, I'll say the next 10 to 15 minutes. Turbo on some pretty good looking soft tires at the moment, running very consistent 17s, but due to tire wear, now comfortably in the low 18s. 50 seconds behind his teammate in the Me Cougar car. So the Boomers currently in a battle with the Me Cougar team in the seasonal point standings. Looking to finish the season strong. I'm not driving the next stint, but I am driving this stint after. Very good run there with an 18 flat onto the AHR team, currently piloted by GT Slider Rules. Currently 1 minute and 40 seconds behind Turbo. Rounding out the top 10 with a 12-second lead on RA. Oh, keep it on. Oh, there we go. That dark green section of the no-name corner exit is Slidey. And he should know that because his name is GT Slider Rules. Those are the rules. The dark green are slidey, so stay off of it. Unless you're straight. If you're straight, you're okay. But if you're sideways going into it and turn that wheel a little too much, you may be having a bad time. Lost about a second to the JS19 there. Flirting with the dark green again. Might be a little bit net code there because I felt like he took that dark green area a little too fast. Feel like you had less traction. Looks like this lobby is a little wobbly on the net code stability. Looks like the RA team is having a little bit of a hard time this race. 4.5 minute gap. Couple spins, couple damages, a couple unnecessary pits, unfortunately for them, but definitely still an important part of this league, and very happy that they're here and they're doing their best to finish out the season. And I'll tell you, that is one gorgeous course. RA definitely knows how to use that color shift between the pastel colors and the blues, the purples. Generally are my favorite colors. You can see their teammates in a similar color-themed vehicle, respecting the blue flag. Great sportsmanship among teammates. Taking on these 2-lap lead on their counterparts, sister team. Looks like Adriano has the weather radar up for us to see. Do have a lot of light green with some very, very, very small blotches of dark blue. Most likely not enough for anything for us to be concerned about. Currently owns the fastest fastest lap with a 15.7. I think that it's very equal to the, if not the fastest lap overall, happening in the stint 1. It's a high 7. I don't know. I can't remember if it was a low 7. Mr. SBS working tooth and nail to keep that car in the 17s. Let's see how this lap pans out for them. Lap 50 for them was a 18.2, maybe because of a small little mistake that made them break into the 18s. Let's see if this lap was redemption for them in the 17s. Stay close on that red sausage on the exit of the chicane. Still an 18-2, still consistent. Very strong. 10-second gap to lead. In a great position overall going into the final laps of stint 2. Following River Ruckus on very, very worn tires as they decided to do a long stint on the softs, but still running 18s nonetheless. Very good, very strong. First lap into the 19s. P1R shortly behind. Definitely trying to make a battle happen before the end of the stint. Last lap was an 18-2 compared to River Ruckus, breaking into the 19s. Little wobbly there coming out of Las Torres. Heading down into Eau Rouge, which means red waters. I'm not sure where it gets its name, but it sounds a bit gnarly. Going into Kemmel. As you can see, the top end hurting them just a little bit. As you saw, the River Ruckus in the last minute racing GTR was pulling away towards the end of Kemmel. But things are getting smaller once again. That delta coming down with slightly fresher tires. We'll come back to this as soon as I can as I get through the grid. The Finns, 13-second gap, 14-second gap to P1R, trying to hold the line going into stint 3 so their teammate can pick it up and continue where they left off, finishing strong with exactly a 1-minute gap to lead. Macho Monkey with the S7R Esports Racing team with some quite worn softs as he had to push a little bit harder, but still running consistent 17s, going onto the dark green just a bit, coming out of Stabilo, coming up Cord Palfrere. I think I say that right, probably not. Having a strong flat out through Blanchimont, going into the chicane, also known as bus stop, even though it actually looks more like a chicane than a bus stop. Staying tight on the left there, coming out. Good rotation. Still running a 17 888, good for him. Lucas running an extended soft stint on the softs, starting to slow the pace just a bit. Expected though, with extremely worn soft tires. So still running a good race, and I'm sure he's getting as much pace out of those tires as possible, but when you're forced to run those soft tires for 25 to 30 laps, it's just the nature of the beast. You can't force pace out of a worn tire. So very talented driver, getting as much pace on a long soft stint as possible. Following S7R IRO, aka Ruzi, aka driver for S7R Meat Cougar, with a 5-second gap, with equally worn soft tires, finishing out strong. Oh, leader pulling into the pits, getting ready for stint 3 with a 13.5 second gap to P2, who follows closely behind. Last minute racing coming up Blanchimont into the chicane here, just a second, closely following P1R's Italia 458. Just 1 second within each other. Ooh, make it 0.6 of a second, finding some time in the pit line. The Finns, Puntoni, I'll just call him Tony, pulling into the pits with a 1 minute 4 second gap to lead, 15.9 second gap to P4 with a 7.4 second lead, 7.2. That time might continue to go down. Uh-oh. Rain is hitting the track, so I will see how this may affect some of the cars further back in the grid. Unfortunately for RAJS19, will have to take another lap on Spa Franchorchamps in Belgium. May get affected by this rain as I hear it hitting the track. Slider rules coming up. We'll also need to do another lap. Lucas hitting a half-second penalty, probably taking Blanchimont a bit wide, going off to the right. Ruzi, 4.5 seconds behind. And S7R Turbo hitting Stablio. Hitting Leclerc.
Alright, what's up everybody? Welcome to Stint 3. DJ Brohawk here, currently solo on the comms. I think I'll be joined by one of my AHR teammates here in a little bit, but for now, as you've seen, well, you can't see it on the screen now, a little bit wet on the track, but still okay for slicks, I believe, for pretty much everyone. Here we're starting to see pit cycles come through here. Cody now getting ready to exit the pits with a full tank. 4 drivers to go. And then we'll be off and running, and then we can go through the standings and whatnot. A higher place from the Sector 7 Aston Martin filling up now. We just have the AHR 650 and the Race Asylum Black Porsche left to go. They'll be out shortly. Been a while since I did comms. I have owed Jaeger at least one stint for a while now, so glad to be on the mic again. It's been too long. Don't know if I'll be joined by my usual co-host Wayne or not. Wayne is finishing up his stint right now. Out goes a higher place. Still waiting for the last 2 cars to go. Let's have a peek at what's going on through the field real quick. Track is a little damp. Nothing too bad. Perfectly good for slick so far. It's going to dry out pretty quickly as we go. A little bit of a close fight here for P3. A second and a half separates Project 1 Racing and last minute racing, at least for the moment. Good gap to Kaz on P1 from Hallex and P2. We'll keep an eye on that as we move forward. Going back down. Any moment now, I think our final 2 cars will be coming through, and then we will be well on our way. I hope I wasn't terrible on comms. Well, I was listening and you sounded great, my friend. Alright, here we go. AHR's at 650 into the pit, so Jacko will be on his way out first. Looks like it'll be close. It's almost 2 laps down for the AHR car. And now the Race Asylum car filling up fuel as well. Alright, out goes the AHR 650. out comes the Race Asylum Black Porsche. It's like about a 3-second gap to P10. Maybe a little bit less fuel. Wayne is demanding an invite to comms. Alright, please hold while I pull up my extremely professional friend menu. Let's see. Here we go. And away we go. We'll get the dynamic duo of DJ and Wayne in the commentary booth. Blue flag situation here for P11 as well. We'll have to keep an eye on that. If the gap to P10 closes for Mickey and Jacko. Already 5/10 chasm after 17. So GTR and the Aston, very strong cars. The gap to P3 is closed to under a second. Let's stick with that for just a moment. Go on board with the ball. 142. Chasm 16.6 lap. Certainly much faster than I've gone. Looks like the sector 7. Yep, Aston Martin's going to get out of the way here around Walstraw. Let these two fight it out. Fair play. Little sketchy with the ball there. Around the corner, you can see the acceleration of that Aston coming out of the chicane there. Now into turn 1. The Aston tends to run out of juice just a little bit at the top end, so we'll see if the GTR can make up the difference here. Going down Kemmel, and of course there's the lapped traffic of the Aston behind. You can see here, GTR pulling so much time on the Aston is the fake move, I think. In an Aston Martin sandwich. So organized. Well, struggling a little bit here through Sector 2 to keep up with Valkyrie. Of course, AHR very familiar with P1R. They've raced a number of times in the Community Team Cup and things like that. Full of fast drivers. Well, maybe pushing a little too hard. Although a 17.5 fastest lap is nothing to sneeze at. Oh, we just had a massive crash by a higher place. Let's have another look at that. Damage all in the front right was doing well to keep up with the two in front of him. See what happened? He just ran a little wide in the curves at Spa, which have killed me many, many, many times. Take him out, and that is third lap of the stint. You already have damage that's you're gonna have to pit. There's no reason not to. You're gonna lose so much time. Let's see if a higher place comes in, and yes, they will come in. That's a good 20-plus second time loss just for that, not including the time lost on the actual crash itself. So unfortunate for Sector 7's Aston Martin. Early pit stop for them. Looking back here, the gap's 4.5 seconds to P10. Mostly the same since they came out of the pits. Looks like there's a blue flag situation coming up, although hard to say exactly who that is. There's still... Oh, I see there's the faster cars in between. That is the first race. Looks like Lual's caught back up to Valkyrie just a little bit. Maybe not feeling the pressure quite as much from the other Aston Martin behind. But again, the acceleration of the Vantage is just so ridiculous. You have to pick and choose your moments. Sure, coming through Franchorchamps may be another chance for the GTR. But as you can see, just kind of hemorrhaging a little bit of time here and there at the moment. That is P2 Alex. Behind my teammate, the AHR 650 Jacko. Not quite close enough for Jacko to yield just yet. 16.2 from Castle, what a lap. Here we go, you can see on the delta the time just coming down bit by bit. Not nearly enough to make a move though. Valkyrie doing well to hold on to P3, the podium spot for now. Keep an eye on that as we go forward. And you can see the gap from P9 to 10 was about a minute 20, a minute 25 maybe. It is now down to 55 seconds. The curbs at this track are dangerous, and I hate them. And I'm sure a higher place hates them equally to me right now. It looks like Jacko has let Alex by. Still about a 4.5 second gap. To P10 for Lil Nicky. Jacko perhaps trying to use the toe a little bit of Alex to gain a little bit of separation from Lil Nicky, but for now the gap roughly what it was when they exited the pits. And potentially a battle brewing here for P7. Cody, 6.5 seconds behind, currently lapping in the mid-17s. We have King Ears, normally with Race Asylum, but in this race with Grid Life, lapping in the low 18s for now. Keep an eye on that. Bombardier, who was on commentary in the last stint, did a fantastic job with Stig. .16.6 for Lual. He seems to have warmed up to the car in the situation. And of course a 16.5 for Valkyrie. They're both flying right now. It's really nice to see a competitive battle for P3. Those two are pushing. He fakes the move, but he is close enough here. Not a great chicane for Lual there. He got a little, the car got a little upset hitting the sausage. Still a 17.0 though. But he's almost lost the toe from Valkyrie. A good exit from La Source. I believe that's La Source. He's almost broken the toe. Ah, Wayne, welcome.
Yeah, I was just trying to find someone to spot for Jacko. It's
Welcome.
all good. Yeah.
I think the race has suddenly gotten a lot quieter, so let me activate my professional overlay again and sort that out real quick.
Could you also share your screen?
Why would I do that? The world
Can
can
watch.
see. That is the wrong button. Which one is it? Is it this one? Oh, now we're making random noises in the. Let's try it. Yeah, we're professional here. Very professional stream by me. Wayne, I think you could actually join the lobby.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's only 11 cars.
Okay. Oh, that was
11 cars and
traumatic.
me and the host. Maybe Ray. Yeah, there's some other. I think the last time I tried to share my screen when I was streaming, it ended up like being lagging and stuff.
Oh, do you know what? I need coffee.
I bet you do. You were just in the seat for 2 hours.
Oh man, I'm going to say this, but my refueling strategy is inspired. I don't care what anyone says. Can you hear me?
Yep. Sound beautiful.
Oh, can everyone else hear me? Because I'm not on broadcast. Should I put that on?
That's a great question. No, you sound good. I'm not broadcasting through the PS5.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Cool. All right then, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to go and get refreshments.
Give him 5 minutes.
And good
5
evening,
minutes.
everybody. By the way, hi. My fingers hurt. Don't do 2 hours of controller play. It really. I'm going to get arthritis by the end of the evening.
Let's take a quick look through the field while Wayne goes and gets his coffee. 20.5 second lead for Kaza, lapping in the low 16s. His last lap was an 18. Maybe had a bit of a boost. Halleck's in P2, lapping in the mid 16s, low 17s pretty consistently. P3, Valkyrie, still holding about a 1 second lead over P4. Blue all. And in P5 we have GT Finland with Kukis. Maybe pronouncing that wrong. If I am, apologies. Bombardier P6 for Sector 7. And we have King Ears P7 for Grid Life Racing. P8 is the AMG. And P9 is Sector 7's Aston Martin. P10 is the AHR 650 and P11 races on the black 911. Marv, it could be a fuel difference. I think some cars are doing 2 stops, which means they're going to fuel up less, which means they're going to be a little bit quicker out of the pits than someone like the AHR 650, which is doing a 1 stop. Aside from when it rains, of course. Rain, of course, a factor. I do not have the image pulled up on my end, but just know that every single stint has a chance of rain. This stint started with the track a little bit damp and dry for now. Moving down the grid, we have a higher place P9. I'm getting distracted by my rain. So the gap between P10 and 11 pretty consistent for now. Lil Nicky putting in his fastest lap so far an 18.7. Jacko just putting in an 18.0. His fastest lap is currently 17.8. Taking a look at some of the battles that are developing. Yes, River Ruckus is correct. Some people change tires when they start their stint. Some don't. battle slowly brewing here. King Ears put in his fastest lap so far of a 17.8. Cody lapping in the low 17 still. Could have a battle for P7 soon. The battle for P3 still on. Saw some dust, and yes, there's a penalty for Valkyrie. Let's see if we can have a look at what happened there. That was not far back enough, but you can see that Valkyrie ran a little wide. And that'll do it. And that will almost surely exchange P3 with the last minute racing GTR. Nothing has really changed at the top in terms of gap. Now the mighty acceleration of the Vantage will alleviate this to an extent. Will there be a position change? Around the outside goes the GTR through Blanchimont. Ooh, that was, whew. That was scary. Let's have another look at that. And this fight is not over. Really awkward situation. Valkyrie taking the inside and just enough pace out of the GTR around the outside to make that happen. And it looks like we've already seen the position go back. Let's have another look at that. All the action going on here, Valkyrie. And it looks like that Luau might have actually let him have the position. Perhaps not wanting to fight, but rather just wanting to kind of chase. A 16.4 out of Luau on the last lap. And here we go again. This fight continues. Again, the Vantage just did not have quite the oomph. And the move was made cleanly. You saw it live on stream. But again, this fight is not over. Although Valkyrie went a little wide, that might be another penalty for Valkyrie. Let's see. It is another penalty. Perhaps the dirty air playing a part. Tough situation as Luau now gets some clean air and the opportunity to get away. We'll keep an eye on that as we move forward, but I think for now we can safely say P3 in the hands of last minute racing. The sound of the car is too high. Hang on. Where's my... Please hold. Professional stream setup here. There we go. Alright, that should be better. There's no good way to change that on OBS because of the way that we have to do party chat and whatnot, unless I was using Discord like fancy pants. So Valkyrie out of the tow. We'll see if Valkyrie can catch up. Now there should be a battle brewing here, and there is. The gap has come down to 2.7 seconds. From Cody to King Ears. Jacko pulling a little bit away here and there from Little Nicky in P11. I don't want to leave this battle just yet. A second and a half, we'll keep an eye on it. As I like to do, let's go through the field and have a look at these awesome liveries. The Race Asylum team, and even got the little 24 hours of Spa on the side. They have some excellent liveries to Race Asylum. P2, we have Loose Moose Racing and the Vantage. I appreciate the fall leaves on the side of this one. We have Last Minute Racing in P3. Jaeger was saying something about how this car ran out of decal slots well before it was finished, and so they had to work some magic. But a very colorful livery, very cool looking. We have the P1R Valkyrie. Nice blue and red, contrasting colors there. We have the GT Finland GTR. Historically, they had gone with kind of a white and blue livery, so it's cool to see this alternative red, black, gold, lots of colors on this one. We have the Sector 7 Lexus in that white and dark blue. Also very cool contrasting colors. We have the Grid Life Porsche 911. Love how the green kind of accents the lines on the car. Very cool. Everyone's liveries in this league have been fantastic. We have the Sector 7 AMG. Nice red and blue, kind of a gradient type livery. Very cool. P9, we have the Sector 7 Aston Martin. More of a accenting like line type livery, also very cool looking. We have the AHR 650, which if you've been in the IRO Discord, you know that AHR dedicated this race to one of our good friends and team members, Badger, who is going through a cancer battle right now. Of course, I'm not biased at all. This is the best livery in the whole race.
Is it? Yep.
Yes,
100%.
And this livery was made by Pezza, who I think is driving a stint at some point.
No.
Oh, is he not
No,
driving?
Pezza is hosting today.
He's hosting today.
Yeah, Pezza's hosting today.
I don't even know when my own team's driving. Isn't that just great?
Team management, everybody. Team management.
I know.
You need to come down off that ivory tower once in a while and have a look around.
I know. It's great. And then the 911, another awesome looking Race Asylum livery. For Race Asylum Black. Now, let's get back to the fun part, the actual racing. Yes, we do have a battle here for P7. Let's have a quick peek. The gap to P3 is a little bit more than the one to P7. 1 to P7's slowly been coming down. We're going to keep an eye on that. Now, Wayne, you just had your stint.
Yes.
How did it feel out there?
Actually, that I was enjoying it more and more. Jacko took the curb on the way into the chicane. I was enjoying it more and more. Actually, the car was coming to me. It was just it came to me for like 10 laps towards the end, unfortunately.
It did seem like you had gotten pretty consistent with your lap times toward the end there.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
like you were feeling a lot better about it. Of course, obviously I wasn't.
Well, the second set of softs were a lot better than the first set of softs. I don't know why that is sometimes, but it just felt like a whole lot better than in the second soft stint. And rain was teasing. It was doing the teasing thing. Where it's, look, there's rain. It's cut. No, it's gonna. It's the only rain I know of in the world that manages to do a U-turn or a right or a right-hander right at the last minute. It's almost like a goldfish. It's like what's over here?
Well, my opinion of that is not safe for family-friendly streams, so I'll just have to keep that to myself. And yes, hello James. The Dream Team is back. It's only been, I think, 5 months. I think we did Monza, if I recall right. Those are the graphics I had in my OBS from last time. So,
If my calculations are correct, Jacko has gained like 5 seconds over 9th, because I was like 1:0 something behind them, 1 minute something. So
they had a crash.
Boo.
Yeah, so a higher place crashed coming onto the straight for Blanchimont. They got the curb, much like, you know, I get the curb, and the same thing happened to them that happens to me when I get the curb. So I empathize greatly for my fellow North Americans.
Do you really want to get into conversation with curbs right now? I mean, a million people watching, DJ, talking about curbs.
I know. I hate them.
Horrible curbs.
Alright, let's go on board with Cody. Just 2 tenths behind King Ears here going into turn one. A little bit of wheel spin from Cody there. Of course, the Porsche is going to have solid acceleration. I suspect the Porsche will not have the top end that the AMG does.
Well, I was being chased hard by a Porsche the whole stint, right? And it was just pulling on out of the corners, and then I was responding on the straights, and then it was pulling on the corners. And oh, was there contact? Replay.
It was close. It was close. Replay indeed. It didn't look like the Porsche was affected. Let's see if we can get. Of course, the AMG was flying.
Germany versus Germany.
I'm going to say that there was no contact. That it just looked like there was.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like on the AMG's end, he didn't actually hit him. Oh, and while we were talking, we had a change of position. Let's see if we can catch that. So there was no contact there through the S's. Oh, the Porsche got a little bit of curb. And then some braking down into that nasty downhill right-hander, and then the AMG parks it on the apex. Solid overtake there. So that, for now, I think is P7 resolved. Meanwhile, P3 and P4 constantly within a second of each other. Pretty much this entire stint so far.
That Mercedes does make a nice sound though, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it does.
It's just...
Just ride on board with the Mercedes for a while. King Gear's not giving up though. Can the Porsche use the toe here? Maybe gain some time back. Classic Wayne strategy of upshifting early when you're in the toe.
Slip shifting.
There really just is not any top end in that 911. It just doesn't go. The AMG was 3 or 4 miles an hour faster when it was in the toe, and the Porsche was able to get in the toe. I think is one of the reasons why we elected to not go forward with it. He really is washed. He doesn't play the game anymore. I respect it. Neither do I. I'm also washed. Look at the top. The gap, again, the gaps from P1 to P2 and P2 to P3 pretty much have not changed at all. Kaza, of course, with the fastest lap of the session so far, but the average has been a little bit lower over the last few laps than Halleck's really has had, so nothing really going on. Everyone in the top 2 and 3 kind of holding serve at the moment.
The fastest lap in my stint, I think, was a 15.6.
Yeah, Adriano from Race Asylum had an absolute just stonker of a lap.
I nearly drove my car into the pits, straight onto the trailer, and straight back home.
Not allowed. We got to finish this one. It's the last race of the season.
You see that, James? You just think, why? Why did I just keep plodding on?
To be fair, we're the only team brave enough to be in the 650 here, so there is that.
It's a good. It's actually not a terrible car. I mean,
Jacko is driving it really nicely right now. Pretty much been averaging mid-17s for the last 7 or 8 laps.
my boy.
My boy. A proud father Wayne over here.
Jacko's come a long way since joining the team. Long way.
That is true.
So much better.
No, it was before that. So we have, oh, here we go. Ooh, some contact. Hold on. Now we have something to look at. Here we go. Let's actually have a look outside. So the GTR getting a massive run on the Vantage as per usual. He goes for a move on the inside. Ooh, I don't know about that one. Oh. No damage, and the position was given back. That was kind of a risky biscuit move for the GTR. Oh, and now he's really struggling through Puhan. Fortunately, no damage for either car, but that was not the cleanest of attempts.
Puon isn't Puon until you've experienced it in an F1 car.
That is true.
Come at me.
I agree, Stig. Just being in this league at all, I mean, we're like, Mikal has now started the race for Loose Moose Racing. Like, when are you ever going to get the chance to drive with folks like that, or Eddie or Antonio? Like, they're so good, and the fact that they're willing to join us is awesome. I think it's great, personally. Now, Wayne, I know how you feel about it, but I think it's cool, you know. It's just cool to see, like, really, really, really talented folks. And not just them, but, like, across all the teams. There's so many talented drivers. I mean, like you were saying, Jacko has improved so much since he joined the team. What was it, about a year ago?
Yeah, well, it's over a year now, because, I mean, we've had Perry with us now for a year. Almost.
Jacko joined
so,
at the same time.
No, Jacko's been with us about 2 years. Jacko would have been, yeah. I mean, Discord admin, you could go and check.
Oh, you know what? It has been 2 years because, you know, he had joined before the incident.
Yes, before the the rebirth. Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. Like a phoenix, we rose from the ashes of despair.
Just need him to whisper in Kaz's ear so that we don't need to do. I'm telling you, this game would be perfect if we could have, like, in-game driver swaps. It would be great.
It is telling though, right? And I'm probably going to get some major backlash for this, but it is telling that there is a game out there that uses Group 3 cars, right, at some pretty fancy tracks around the world that has in-game driver swaps, right? It's called Assetto Corsa, and yet it's telling that nobody is using it for that. We're using this, and we're suffering through making up 27 million thousand lobbies, disconnects, all sorts of shit. Excuse my French. Right? And we come to do it on Gran Turismo rather than on a game that does have all that. So,
well, people do.
While
use ACC for that, it's just not as big.
But we don't.
No, we don't.
You know,
this is a Gran Turismo-oriented league and community.
But I get your sentiment. I do. I understand. We do need. The problem, I think, is also, and a lot of people can correct me if I'm wrong, this isn't just a GT3 game. I think that's the one thing that people don't understand a lot of the time. This is a driver Civic 1 minute, you know, a 1.6 Civic 1 minute, and then the next minute you're driving a Group 3 GTR, as I'm looking at Lewis. You know.
So, pit stops. We're getting some pit stops
Yes.
here for all the teams that are going to do 2 stops, which includes P3, 4, and 5 at the very least. See the fuel differences. Valkyrie managed to save a little bit more fuel than Luval and Kookies. Stig, I agree. I mean, especially with Hazal being in this league, surely somebody at PD knows of the need for driver swaps. Now, whether they can make it happen or not programmatically, you know, I do a little bit of programming myself. I can't even imagine. If you don't program the game like the first time to have the capacity for driver swaps, adding that would be such a massive pain. P6 also pitting. Pretty good chunk of fuel there for Bombardier. Maybe he went out with a lot more.
I think I agree there. I think I agree. GT8 is possible. Can't they reverse engineer ACC?
Rain can spoil the strategy at any point. That is correct. Jaeger onto something here. Now Kaza coming into the pits, doing 1 extra lap. Well, in spite of the fuel differences, so Luval taking a little bit less fuel to get out in front of Valkyrie. Yep, good shout, River. Interesting strategy differences here. Bombardier only 10 seconds ahead of P7. We have Cody in the pits. Just now coming out of the pits. Babying it just enough on the pit exit.
Oh, Kaza got a 3-second penalty out of the pits.
Kaza with a 3-second penalty out of the pits. Can we see what happened?
He went over the line.
Well, what gave that away? Oh yeah, it looks like he cut it just a little bit going on that first little left-hander.
There's a small glimpse into the AHR dictionary of encouragement there. How are you going faster than me while I'm driving faster?
Well, you see, my car is going a higher speed than yours. Brutal for Kaza.
Oh, I practiced and practiced coming out that pit.
The duality of man. We have Jaeger saying no, Kaza no, and Zach saying yes, Kaza yes. The most infuriating. I'm telling you, River, this track especially, because it's so narrow and you can't even cheat. Like leaving the pit lines, you're not gonna go any faster. And yet if you just tickle the white line in the wrong way, you're getting a 3-second penalty, which is gonna end up turning into 4 or 5 seconds of time lost. Oh. I don't know. Actually, the most infuriating penalty of them all might be passing under a yellow flag in this game. I think that one might make me angrier. At least the pit one, you can kind of, you know, that one's, you really only have yourself to blame. But the yellow flag one, especially when people park at the end of the first braking zone, then you pass somebody and then you get a penalty and you just want to throw your console out the window. Thank you, Stig. Now we have the trifecta. Maybe Kaza, maybe. Schrodinger's Kaza. But we'll have to see how this all plays out once pit stops all cycle through. Some teams opting to go with the 1 stop, some opting to go for the 2 stop. Luval's really struggled through the chicane. Some people call that the bus stop, the final chicane.
Well, interesting history. So, pre that chicane, there used to be another one that was more shaped like the death chicane or the bus stop at Daytona, and this is why they call it the bus stop, because it used to be called the bus stop.
I think I would
So
like
if you
that
go,
better.
yeah, oh yeah, everyone would, but they did it to slow the cars down, which they always seem to be doing in Formula One. But they need to slow the cars down. Why? Oh, we got a disconnect. Is that a disconnect?
No, that was some random person joining the lobby.
Okay. Oof. My heart went then. Well, no, I host these lobbies, so I feel for the next people that have to host, because they have to do a timing thing, and it,
They have to do math. Haven't done that in a while.
Well, last week I was doing a hosting session and was getting all the reports. Oh, it's going really, really smoothly, la 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 la, right until like literally the last lap, and then and the proverbial beep hit the fan.
I need to get like a button. Good evening, Echo. Welcome. So, Little Nicky was just in the pits. We can tell because the gap to Jacko went from about 10 seconds to over a minute. So, looks like the Porsche might be doing a 2-stop for Race the Silent Black. Oh, and speaking of disconnects, Wayne, the commentator's curse.
No, I didn't. No, prove it. Who disconnected?
We lost Lual, the last-minute racing GTR, I believe that was. It was in P3. So that was...
I guess I was channeling my inner Murray Walker there.
I'm going to say that was lap 20.
1.
Well, this racing lap 20, though.
Oh, 20. Okay, cool, yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's gonna, I don't know who's hosting next, but somebody's gonna have to take a note of that. It was racing lap 20. Echo's fault. Well, Valkyrie is now going to feel a lot more lonely than they were about 1 minute ago. But you can only do with, you can only, what's the phrase? I don't know. I'm not in a very mantra mood. Our alien. Zach, are you last minute racing as well? Sounds like the alien has gone down with the ship, proverbially speaking.
Well, using Valkyrie's name as inspiration, he has gone to Valhalla.
Unlike the actual Valhalla, last minute racing will be able to get out, just in a slight delay.
Well, he's clearly gone to Valhalla because he died in battle, so...
That's true.
Many stories, many songs and poems will be sung, and mead will be drunk.
Yes.
Skull.
Skull. Anyone have Viking Norse stuff on your bingo card for this commentary duo here?
Interestingly enough, the Valkyries they did come to take the spirits to Valhalla. That's what they were there for. So...
Kaza with the 16.2, still the fastest lap in this stint. Bombardier just threw down his fastest lap of a 17.1 so far. A 16.3 for Kookies, was flying for the GT Finland team. Not really any battles to speak of at the moment.
Just looking in on Jacko.
higher place coming into the pits for kind of a weird. Oh, he had damage, so he's a little out of sequence here. So he'll probably.
I've got to say that your lobby is glitching for me, or whoever's lobby this is, because at the moment he's got intermediate tyres on. So has Jacko. Everybody's got intermediate tyres on for some reason.
Fortunately, that's not reality.
It's just. Hello, slightly getting misinformation.
That's the picture you sent in Discord. Is that Jacko
Yeah,
had intermediates on?
Jacko's in the lead.
Hey, I like that one. I like that lobby. Go ahead and put that one in ink. So it looks like Grid Life and the Sector 7 AMG are on slightly different pit strategies here. So it will be interesting to see if there's a battle for what is currently P6. I don't know where the last minute racing GTR will come out in stint 4. Yes, cars, esports ready game. I remember when they were having all kinds of hardware problems and disconnect problems in the World Series. That was not Gran Turismo's finest moment.
It's not bad for a pokey little development company that only make one game every 27 years.
Yeah, I remember.
I got a fit. Go on.
I was gonna say I remember talking to cars that one of the teams had to drop out because of a hardware problem of the World Series, which I'm like, do you not have backup wheels? Like, come on.
Why don't you use the prize wheel that you give to the person at the end of the...
Somebody hook up the prize wheel.
Yeah.
Instead of a brand new TGT, you get a lightly used one.
Yeah. They don't think laterally, these people, do they? Oh no, we've run out of wheels. What do you mean you've run out of wheels? There's one in a box over there. Go set it up. Oh no, that's the prize wheel. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one over there.
Don't you give everybody a wheel for coming? So there's at least 12. There's at least 12, 16 wheels sitting there waiting to be given to the person at the end of the. I mean, the options are open here.
That feels very like Weekend at Bernie's isn't a one-to-one example, but a very like, hey, you know.
If somebody's not thinking here, are they?
Hello, Nick. Also, hello to Bruce
hey,
and
Nick.
Skella.
Hey, Bruce. Skell.
Who's hosting this lobby? It's Mike BRFC.
Mike, hey! Hello, Wax. I'm not saying that live on. That. I'll leave that one to you, DJ.
I will politely decline.
Acquiesce that one.
Yeah.
Is he referring to you, Nick? The hell?
Looks more stable to watch than the others. Yeah, the connection here is good. Everybody seems to be not lagging or anything.
It's always a laugh a minute with me and DJ Bruce.
That's right.
We'll diverge into a completely different. You missed the Valkyrie conversation.
Yeah.
Norse mythology lesson.
This is kind of what happens when there's just not any close battles on the track at the moment. You just just kind of start filling the air with.
I am watching my boy.
Kaza with the new fastest lap, 16.222.
3 little ducks.
All in a row. They kind of look like ducks too, the number 2. Or maybe like a
That's
swan.
why they call it. 22 in bingo is called 2 little ducks. You see? They call
How
out
do you know
2
that?
little ducks.
How much bingo do you play?
You just kind of grow up in England. These things come to you through osmosis somehow. You know.
I mean, bingo halls here for old people, so I don't.
Well, no, I'm not going to say what they used to call 88.
Oh no.
I'm sure somebody will put it into the chat for you. But yeah.
I'm kind of glad I stayed away from that. Oh goodness, let's see what we got going on here.
Bruce is having his breakfast. He's having fried kangaroo with a side of something kangaroo. I don't know what they eat in Australia. But did find out the other day that they found a larger version of a funnel web, the most dangerous spider in the world, which is reassuring.
Oh, was it in Australia?
Yeah, of course,
of
course.
It was.
It's like twice as big as a regular funnel web spider, like twice as big. Yeah, and twice as venomous as well.
Well, like everything else in Australia, it can stay there.
Right?
I mean, foot-long scorpions don't sound like
maybe the people can leave. I mean, it did sound like everything in Australia could stay. You know, I mean, we'll have the visitors.
We'll have to vet them first. Though. I don't want them bringing their pet huntsman spiders in their backpack over here to the States.
I said to Bruce this morning in a party, I said, listen, I don't trust a country where a duck-billed platypus can poison you.
Hey, that's a thing here in the States too, isn't it? I think they exist here. They
actually exist only in a very niche area of Australia as well. So I think it's Tasmania mostly, and then the southern part of Australia.
Well,
I'll be corrected. I'll probably be corrected on that, maybe. But yeah, that's my understanding that they're not actually as wide that way. Yep.
It makes sense that would also be in Australia, as we have a pit stop from Alex. Ran her completely dry.
In changing his intermediates finally.
He has the fastest pace on intermediates I've ever seen.
We train them, the bigger the better. Yeah, we know. We see you're cooking it up. We're going to take over the world with spiders and duck-billed platypuses. Platypi. I don't know what that's plural of platypus is.
Probably do either one. There goes Kaza back into P1. Of course, we've kind of observed at this point that maybe Race Asylum and Loose Moose Racing are on different strategies. So Kaz is going to have to build up quite a lead. Although it looks like he has quite a lead, having lapped very, very, very quickly over the last few laps. So, no secrets here from Loose Moose Racing, and this is their final pit stop of this stint. But what will the gap be? Gently out of the pits goes Hallex. 40 seconds. And with that, fellow Aston Martin driver Valkyrie takes over P2 temporarily. We have seen enough pit stops at this point to know that not everybody is on the same strategy here, and of course, as Jaeger alluded to earlier, rain could derail literally everything here. So while this is technically a battle for position, these two cars are out of sequence, so it's more about maybe working together until it's time for Valkyrie to pit.
I'm checking the radar to see if there's any weather.
Meteorologist Wayne.
Oh, don't get me started. If you need to know what the weather is, look out the window.
Well, unfortunately for you, it's
No, there's no weather on the radar.
Jacko giving us a live chat from the pit box. Jacko, get back in the car. Jacko having a pretty good stint so far, though, as he will be coming in for his one and only pit stop. The worst part about a one stop like this is that it takes forever to put fuel in the car.
Yeah, it's like they're spitting the fuel into the tank.
Yep. Yeah, right. So here we go. Potential battle brewing for P9. Of course, as we've observed, Race Asylum on a slightly different strategy. Will Jacko
Go
get
ahead, Jacko.
in front of Lil Nicky? I think. Yes, I think he will. Lil Nicky just now coming through turn one. Jacko getting out.
Well, at least he dealt with the blue flag.
Yeah, that worked out. The timing of that was very good.
I did that. I actually did that. I pitted in knowing full well. I think I can't remember who was behind me, but yeah, I'll go in the pits now. Get rid of that. Sometimes the fastest thing to do.
Speaking of fast laps, Valkyrie with a 16.3. On lap 24. Here we go. King Ear's into the pits now. He will be conceding P6 to Cody.
King is finally getting rid of his intermediates.
The pace on the intermediates today has been incredible.
Right? Why didn't I think of that in my stint? Just go all the way on inters. They are the softest compound, I think. So
The heavy wets might be softer.
yeah,
They tend to wear out
true.
faster. But they're not softer in like the better grip.
Oh no. The grooves in them just take away so much grip. Less surface area, as the scientist would say.
This has been your physics lesson with Wayne and DJ. Mostly Wayne though, because I didn't say anything about it.
That's it, blame me.
Hello Tom. Welcome. We're about halfway through stint 3. Having a grand old time with my boy Wayne, where we have already talked about giant spiders, Valkyries, and bingo numbers. We got a nice little train here. King Ear's, I think, a lap down from the two in front, so not a battle for position or anything like that. This little squabble, for lack of a better word, going on between the two Vantages up top, Valkyrie and Hallex. Hallex hasn't really lost that much time to Kaza. Of course, Kaza still has to pit one more time. Valkyrie just lapping a little bit faster than Hallex, though. And Kazo with that clean air, able to lay down some pretty strong laps.
Difficult being team boss and a commentator at the same time. Hey Ray, you should get in and do some commentary sometimes.
Would love to
It's like
see more rain drama. Don't you worry. My stint coming up is going to have plenty of rain problem. Mostly because in all my practice, the rain didn't do the same thing twice.
Well, the first few practice sessions I did for my stint, I couldn't get it to rain at all. I had to manually go in and put rain on.
Lil Nicky putting down his fastest lap of the stint so far, 17.8. Still about a 10.5 second gap to P9 for now. Going back through the field, we have Hallex is starting to lose some ground with Valkyrie. Valkyrie just lapping a little bit faster, but Valkyrie on a different strategy than Hallex, a lot less fuel. The weight difference with the full tank versus not a full tank, it's a big deal. Definitely make up several tenths, especially on a track with several long straights. And King Ear's also kind of lurking behind the two Vantages, not really losing. Not really losing the toe, potentially, of the Vantages, able to gain some time there. Well, here we go. Hallex made up a little bit of time on Valkyrie. Of course, again, said it several times, but the difference in sequence means that Valkyrie's tires are going to be a little bit more worn out. We will see a pace difference. The last minute racing car will be roughly 3.5 minutes behind the leader when they rejoin. So if we just take a look at the field right now, that would put them in P8. Down from P3, that is brutal. That is, of course, if things stand and the rain doesn't strike. It has been a relatively dry stint. The track started damp, has been bone dry ever since. Nobody went on to the intermediates, everybody came out on slicks, and everybody has been pretty safe. Right now, the two Vantages at the top, nose to tail through sector 2, at least for the moment. I don't know the exact lap that P1R will be pitting. But something else to note, The Race Asylum car up front has to pit again as well, and Alex has gained about a second on Kaza to this point. Valkyrie, of course, a very talented driver and one that definitely, if you can stay in the toe of him, you're likely going pretty fast. A little bit of an oops for Alex out of the final chicane. Still 17-0.
Oh, it's getting dark. Getting dark out there.
Yep, both of my stints will be completely in the dark, which if it rains, I'm really not looking forward to that at all.
It's alright, just don't stray from the path.
Yeah, well, you know me and curves. I really do enjoy straying from the path. I have a feeling this battle's not going to resolve itself for a little while. I think Alex is content to just ride around behind Valkyrie unless Valkyrie makes a big mistake. So let's go down through the field real quick. GT Finland P4, Sector 7's Lexus at P5, and of course this is going to be championship battle. So whoever finishes higher, I believe, between this Lexus and the Race Asylum GTR, which is currently in P1, will win the championship. Literally 1 point separating them. Right now, the Lexus a minute and a half behind, but again, we still have so much time left in this race. All that time can be made up, whether it's by a rain.
Just going to DJ.
What's that? Sorry?
Just going to the toilet.
Ah. Wee wee.
Yes, sir.
A big thank you to the IRO for this amazing 2025 season. Jaeger donates €5. Maybe to himself. I don't know who owns the IRO channel. But as the current broadcaster, I will say thank you. Not only to Jaeger for the donation, but also to Jaeger for coordinating all this all season long, staying on 24 hours, making the stream run smoothly. Like, I cannot express enough how much effort Jaeger puts into this stuff, and it really should be commended. And I have an immense amount of respect for you, my friend. You've certainly put in so much effort to making this season, the stream, the broadcast this season really worth watching every single one. So well done. And I certainly look forward to next year. Well, I said it wouldn't resolve itself, but here we go. The two Vantages side by side through Sector 2. No thank you. And it looks like the pass was made, although Valkyrie might have something to say about that going into Puhan. No thank you. None of this seems fun to me. I don't know. It is a race, but it is also scary going side by side through any part of this track. And it looks like Alex has made the pass, so maybe Valkyrie's tires starting to wear out just a little too much to keep up with Alex. So the gap to P1, 40.4 seconds. Now we did see Kaza have that 3-second penalty earlier, so the gap, I believe, before all that went down, the start of the stint was about 20 seconds between Loose Moose Racing and Race Asylum at the front. A pit stop with just a tire change, I believe, is about 23 seconds of time loss. That's not including the fuel. Slugsy, I will happily race around for 2 hours alone if that means that I bring the car home in one piece. I am happy to just drive the car around for 2 hours and baton pass to the next driver. That's why I have all the respect in the world for people who do stint one, because I know it is absolutely chaotic. So that battle, I think, has resolved itself for the moment. Going through the field again. Really nothing to write home about. Jacko lapping 4 straight laps, 2:17.4. We love the consistency here at AHR, that's for sure.
He's like a metronome.
Right now he is, that's for sure. Alex is pulling a little bit of time on Kaza, although again, I've said it a few times now, but Kaza and Race Asylum up front are just on a different strategy, so it'll be interesting to see if Alex can preserve his tires long enough to make it to the end of the stint. See how much time he gains, if any, on Race Asylum. I always appreciate when races have different strategies, like maybe a 2-stop is better, maybe a 1-stop is better.
Yeah, it definitely makes it more interesting.
Of course, I think the more pit stops you do, the scarier rain becomes.
Yeah.
Because you're giving yourself more chances to get caught out by rain. And unfortunately, one thing about this game is that rain travels at about 1,000 miles an hour. So like if I have
and usually
radar,
not in the direction the wind is blowing either.
Yeah.
Which I've always found really funny. But, you know.
Well, not just that, but you have like...
I've seen it teleport in as well.
Yeah, you have a lap or two to figure out whether, like, what's going to happen. Whereas if it was 50 miles away, you'd have probably at least an hour to figure out, okay, how bad is this going to be? You know, by the time it hits you, you have a strategy in place. But in this game, it's like, oh, you see rain 50 miles away, and it's there in 2 minutes.
Yep.
And you're like, well, you know, what am I supposed to do?
And you could also, this game's one of those ones as well where you go in for like new, fresh set of softs. The minute you come out, like, oh, there's rain.
Right, exactly. You could be completely screwed by that. Whereas at least, you know, if weather is traveling at the speed it normally does, which is anywhere from, you know, 40 to 70 miles an hour, probably, give or take, you would have plenty of time to figure out, okay, should I hold out? Should I pit early? Should I do this? And, you know, I have my opinions of Gran Turismo. Of course, I've been a fan of Gran Turismo since the beginning, and have even posted a couple challenge runs of Gran Turismo games on my channel. Shameless plug, right? But the things like that, when you consider like ACC gives you a 30-minute heads up of when it's going to rain, and then a 15-minute heads up of when it's going to rain. So you have plenty of time to sort out what you're going to do. So I would like to see Gran Turismo do better. I think rain in this game is great. I think it's, you know, I don't know if the physics behind it are great, but the fact it exists, I like it. I think it's a cool, you know, thing to have in the game. It's just that the implementation of it is just poor.
Well, I mean, if you look at the chart of stints that we got from the driver's briefing, every single one had rain in it, and yet my boy Jacko here is driving around on a completely bone dry track.
Slugsy, you are correct. In fact, Valkyrie into the pits, just as we had spoken about. GT Finland also in the pits doing the two-stop strategy. And Bombardier into the pits. It'll be interesting to see where these cars all play out.
So, Matt Perry, do you want to come join us?
So what was a 3-second gap is now a 53-second gap to P2. In comes Cody into the pits. We get Cody's sector times, and his fastest sector 1 is a 101.4, which is far faster than I've gotten the 650 to go. And speaking of pits, all right, here we go. So this is going to be the interesting part here. Kaza's coming into the pits roughly 38.5 seconds ahead of Hallex. I think it's fair to say that Hallex is going to take the lead by the time, yep, here he comes through the final chicane. Kaza just now stopping in the pit box. Of course, a tire change and this slow filling of the tank. Brutal. Ooh, Hallex had a moment coming out of the first corner. Yep, Kaza's still putting fuel in. So we do have a new leader, Loose Moose Racing. Kaza's now done putting fuel in the tank, so let's see what the gap is. Of course, Kaza will be on lower fuel and much fresher tires for the rest of the stint. By the way, watch out for those pit lines, Kaza. Yeah, he had a little bit of a lurch through there. I think he made it.
No, he'd have the penalty by now if he went over the line.
Okay, so the gap is about 17 seconds. So can Kaza make up 17 seconds? That's roughly a second per lap for the rest of the stint. Over Hallex, whose tires are starting to look a little questionable.
Well, those front tires are, ooh.
Kaza learned his lesson. And speaking of which, P6 and 7 are now back in sequence. King Ears, of course, pitting a while back. Cody coming out of the pits just now, so we have a 2-second gap to P6 here. Don't think there's much else in the way. Kaza will catch. Slugsy putting in the declaration. Kaza will catch, barring any weather. This declaration brought to you by FanDuel Sports. Can I just go on a tangent and say I hate how much sports betting has taken over sports?
Oh, in the UK, you can just blame the Labour government in the 90s for allowing gambling advertising, and it's just everywhere now.
It's so bad here in the United States. I don't know how it is elsewhere, but it's so
it's bad
here.
It's bad enough here.
Speaking of pit stops, in comes little Nicky for what will be his final pit stop of the stint. So Jacko P9 not in danger for the moment. speaking of Jacko, he's found himself behind P7. Maybe can use the toe of the AMG to gain some time, although if Jacko does manage to keep up with the AMG, he's going to find himself in kind of a battle for position. I think that's the closest thing we have to a battle at this point. We will keep an eye on the gap from P1 to P2. I mean, Halleck's still lapping in the 17s, high 16s, and has been for the last little while, so Kaza has some work to do. Is still doable, though. Kaza has lapped in the low 16s several times in the stint, and of course, Halleck's, I think his chances at 16s are very nearly done and over with his tire wear. So we will keep an eye on that. Will be something to watch out for, but still really
Is
good.
Kaza going to go into the 15s?
Jaeger, every time I watch an NFL YouTube video, they're sponsored by some betting company. Dude, every single pre-game show, every single, like, this is sponsored by, it's all some betting company now. So, like, and then the pre-game shows will have, like, here's the money line for this game today, here's so-and-so's picks for bets today, and I'm like, dude, what the heck? It's so rampant. It's so rampant. It's honestly disgusting. Like, so much money gets thrown around this.
You can't turn on the TV over here without some betting company advertising that they're going to give you a free bet. But there is no such thing as a free bet. Right? You have to pay at some point.
Just make a bunch of accounts and only get
You know, spend 25 quid and get a free bet. Okay, so I've lost everything now. I've lost 25 quid.
Speaking of pit stops, here's a higher place.
But here's the thing. We get our thrills from driving pretend cars around pretend racetracks, right? You get your thrill from dancing. I build models. Some people get their thrill from jumping out of a plane. Why, I don't know, but, you know, perfectly decent plane. Other people get the thrill of Vegas.
Other people get the thrill of losing money. That doesn't sound like a good time to me. At least I'm getting something out of Gran Turismo.
I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here. On, you know, I'm 100% with you. I could go and buy a £5 scratch card, or I could get a jar of coffee and some sugar or something more useful.
Whatever floats their boat. Bruce says it's bad in Australia too.
Kaza is he is a 10th purple.
He is a 10th purple.
Yep.
His first lap out of the pits was a 16.6. Will we see a 15 out of the GTR?
No, he did smash his lap though. He did smash his lap.
He's moving.
Oh. I'm definitely putting the car back on the trailer.
Still 17s for Halleck's. But he was a second slower than Kaza, but then again, to run a 16, you pretty much have to have a spot-on lap, so... Either way, I believe Loose Moose started about 20 seconds behind P1, so no matter where Halleck's ends up...
There's a battle going on at 6th and 7th, Cody and King Ears.
Cody and King Ears, we talked about it before. Looks like Cody has made it around. Let's see if we can see what happened. No, we're gonna...
Well, he overtook him.
Already overtook him, although King Ears was having a go through the S's. They went side by side through there. Nice, respectful racing there.
It's just that Mercedes showing the power over the Porsche, isn't it?
Not just that, but King Air's on significantly worse tires. I think King Air's is
Oh, significantly worse tires. Yeah.
Sometimes it's best to just let it be. Speaking of let it be, Kaza has pulled a full second on Hallex, and we're not even through this lap yet. Kaza might be purple again. Let's see. We're going to find out in a moment. To have pulled this much time on this lap, he's got to be close. Yep, purple just by a little bit. Ray confirms that King Ears was one stopping. Yep. Ooh, Hallex with a lightly questionable bus stop. Ooh, that bus stop was a little sketchy for Kaza as well. I don't think this is going to be a purple lap. But I could be wrong. No, it's not. For once, I was correct about something.
What? Clock's right twice a day, isn't it?
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again. Don't know if you have a statement like that over there, but it's a classic Southern United States statement.
He's from the South.
I'm from the South.
Everybody get your banjos. Ba-da-ding, ding, 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 ding.
I mean, Hallex is still lapping really well, but of course, naturally, Kaza on those fresh tires is just flying right now. Jacko set his fastest lap of the session on lap 35 with a 17.2. Called him a metronome. He's been in the 17s for pretty much every lap you could see on the screen except for lap 37, but that may have been him letting
The blue flag, yeah.
Yeah,
that's the blue flag.
Looks like he is lined up for another blue flag here in just a moment. And that is Kaza, the hard-charging Kaza. Still a pretty good ways until he gets to Jacko, though. Yeah, still a good 4 or 5 seconds at least. So much so that blue flag is turned off. I am an emotional soup with this race, says Ray. I bet you are. Your driver's driving his butt off here and has a chance to get the lead back at the end of the stint. I will say, I mean, he's flying. We're going to have something pretty close at the start of stint 4. Naturally, James taking his sweet time getting into the lobby, and Valkyrie with a 15.9, stealing.
James to the pit area, please. James to the pit area, please.
That's true, Ray. This is the last race of the season. Of course, everything that's happened with Badger, you know, AHR driving with heavy hearts ourselves today and tomorrow.
It's the heaviest livery I've ever put on my car.
Yeah.
Badger, if you're out there, you're listening, we love you, brother. Yep. We're doing this for you. Even the commentary.
Yep.
Yep, I'm going to break. So, Badger has been an absolute rock for me in AHR. And He's always got some really good comment to put in about my model building, and he never shied away from whether one was rubbish. Well, you know, I approve. I approve of telling people what they need to hear rather than what they want to hear. You know, I don't want to hear that all my models are brilliant, because they're not. But yeah, it's the heaviest livery I've put on the car.
Yeah, definitely. There's certainly a weight to it that you can't really describe, you know.
Yeah, he's been with us pretty much.
Since
I mean, I'm not going to say from the beginning, but
basically,
pretty much, yeah. Health
Badger
allowing,
was,
of course.
Yeah.
Oh, Kazza got a pen.
Kazza got a penalty, and speaking of speed, we have a 2/10 purple from Valkyrie going into the final sector. I went back and looked through the name decals because that's how I figured out how long he'd been with the team, and he was one of the first name decals that wasn't the original batch of like 7 or 8.
Oh.
So, oh, Valkyrie really wanted that purple lap, and he spun tires coming out of the bus stop.
He got it. 15.9.
Well, he got it a couple laps ago.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, paying attention, Wayne. Paying attention.
So Jacko now not in Kazza's way, but Kazza is very ready to pass, and
well done, Jack.
By, yeah.
Yeah.
That is a scary place to let someone by, but very well done. Minimal time lost, I would say there.
Yeah, no, well, the secret to letting a blue flag is to do it in the slowest corner you possibly can, because then you lose, both cars don't lose that much time. If you're doing it on a straight, then you're going to lose a lot of time slowing down. So I always try to be on, like, if we're going at the same speed, just go a little bit slower through a corner, let them go. And then I haven't lost any speed, they haven't lost any speed. Or time, should I say time.
Why is James always doing this last minute thing? He's probably in a lobby practicing by himself. Oh, and then
Jacko got that pass.
Well, because Kaz had a penalty, remember?
Penalty, yeah.
So now we're in this awkward position of, well, I just gave you this position, and now I have to give it back.
Jacko do the right thing.
Yep. Not worried
do it
about
the hairpin, Jacko.
Well, unfortunately, he's kind of pulled on Kazza a little bit. He may be able to just let Kazza have the tow here going through Kemmel. GTR probably isn't that much faster, although we both Jacko and
Yay! James joined.
It wouldn't be a DJ Brohawk stream without like some anxiety about, you know, drivers joining and whatnot.
Oh, being a team principal is like herding cats.
James always likes to make lobbies and practice till the last minute.
Yeah, he likes to make an entrance to our James. Yeah, if we could, we'd let him join the lobby with the Undertaker soundtrack.
I would love that.
It's the Undertaker!
Have the bell, you know, whatever that song is called. So Kazza having to deal with a penalty and a little bit of traffic. We have 8-ish laps to go and 11 seconds between Alex and Kazza. Now Alex's tires are looking pretty bad. He is starting to lap in the high 17s, low 18s. Kazza having to deal with more traffic in the form of the Grid Life Porsche driven by King Ears, ERA teammate. King Ears definitely gets out of the way, and a nice flashing of the hazards from Kaza. Not sure if Jacko or King Ears is lapping faster at the moment. Looks like Jacko might be going a little faster, so we're in this weird situation of potentially Jacko unlapping himself with King Ears. I don't think there are any battles going on otherwise, so again, let's go back to the top. The most intriguing battle we have is, of course, how fast can Alex run away from Kaza, who now has clean track.
Oh, Alex, how the tyres are.
Yes, his tires are not looking good at all, but he has still been lapping in the 17s, although this AMG has something to say, and Alex just lets him go. Probably for the best. That was P6 on much fresher tires. So and a flashing of the hazards from Cody saying thank you to Alex for not fighting him. And as you can see, that AMG is pulling so hard in the corners. Back to the top, yes, and there, Alex lost about 2 seconds with that battle with the AMG. As Slugsy alluded to in chat, the tires are going to start coming off the rails for Alex now. He's going to have to drive real smooth. Kaza, of course, charging on very, very, very fresh tires comparatively. You can see in the background, there's Kaza. I use the word only lightly here, but only a 16.8 from Kaza.
Yeah, I'd have loved to have done a 16.8.
Put me in a Group 2 car, I got you covered.
You put me in an F1 car, I'm good.
Yes, Pezza, that is Loose Moose and P1. The one-stop strategy seems to have paid off for them. A couple of penalties here and there from Kaza certainly have created some of the gap we see here, but the two-stop also would naturally put someone behind, and they'll have to make up the distance via outright pace, which Kaza is doing a pretty good job. So 8 seconds is the gap.
Well, it's getting dark.
It is getting dark.
Too dark to see.
Fortunately, these cars have these little illuminating bulbs on the front that help you see when it's dark.
It's crazy how they do that.
Yeah, it's like
how
magic.
we've self-illumination. It's brilliant. Yeah.
Hey, could you imagine if they had never come up with lights and we had to put like really bright candles in the front of cars?
Well, I think a windy day might put pay to that.
Well, you would have them covered up.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be such a pain every time you're like, hang on, darling, we've got to stop, we've got to light the candles. All right.
I think the super silhouette might have candles for lights.
Tea lights. No, not even candles. Tea lights. Those little thing you put in incense burners. In fact, that's what they have. They look at incense sticks. That's it. Incense stick. That little glow from the end of an incense stick.
And Lil Nicky is into the pits. Something must have happened. I wonder if he got damaged. We probably won't be able to tell. Actually, we might be able to tell. Let's see. Yes, he had front damage. We don't see how that happened, but he did have front bumper damage.
Well,
Lil Nicky electing to pit.
We could hazard a guess that he hit his front end.
Well, something along those lines, certainly, as Kaz goes by. The gap now 7 seconds. We have 5 laps left in the stint. An 18.6 for Hallex, a 17.0 for Kaza. It's going to be close. Ooh, those front tires are gone for Hallex. Jacko seems content to ride around behind King Ears for the moment.
Jacko's put in 2 incredible stints.
Yep, Jacko.
Yeah, I'm biased. Sue me. Don't sue me. Well, you can. You won't get anything.
Have your bonus wheelchair. Do you even have a bonus wheelchair?
Oh, only rich people have bonus wheelchairs.
I mean, you can only sit in one at a time, right? Why would you need a bonus?
Well, I mean, you could put them facing each other and put your feet up on one and sit in the other. Yeah, that's cool. I think I'll probably be faster around Spa in my wheelchair than I would in the GT3 car as well. So.
You would probably be faster in your wheelchair than I would be in Spa in a GT3 car.
It'd be something to do actually. Just go to the top of Eau Rouge in a wheelchair and just turn around and just let go.
You seen that GIF where the guy's going down the hill? Like,
yeah, I did that. I did that when I was a kid. Must have been about like 13, and there's a hill in London called Spa Hill, and yeah, I went to the top of it and threw myself off it in a wheelchair. And I can tell you the front wheels were giving it that, you know, that it's shaking like a mad thing. Oh. Yeah.
Good times.
Anything for a laugh back then. Anything for a laugh. It was scary as hell, but yeah.
I think I did that once when it had snowed and I got a piece of cardboard. I don't even remember how old I was. I do recall having a bruise the size of a coffee mug on areas that I will not say out loud on the family stream.
I had friction burns on my hands from like.
Oh.
Yeah.
God, that would feel terrible.
Oh, it was, yeah. It smarted somewhat, yeah.
Bet you never did that again. Actually, no, you were 13. You probably did do it again.
Yeah, I did it 3 or 4 times.
Well, Slugsy predicted it. I think it is going to come true. Under 4 seconds now from Hallex to Kaza. Hallex, I think, just hanging on for dear life. Kaza still lapping in the high 16s, low 17 range. You can see the gap there on the screen. One thing Gran Turismo does right is the TV camera. Look. So cool.
That's what sold the original Gran Turismo, you know. When they put out the adverts, the replays were so realistic, people ran out and bought it. I know I certainly did.
Yes, realistic.
For a PS1.
I know. It's crazy how far graphics have come to.
Oh yeah, I mean now when you look at the when you look at the TV cam on it now, it just looks like you're watching a race.
Yeah. So a 19.0 for Hallex. 17-1 for Kaza. So I would say that by the end of lap 51, we're going to have a clash, if not sooner. Cafeteria serving tray. He must have been crumpled up into a little ball on one of those things. Those things are tiny.
I can tell you honestly, wheelchairs and snow are a really interesting mix. I went. They took me to Alps, and I was supposed to go skiing with the school, but because I'm not capable of doing skiing, which is, you know, they wanted to put me in a Recaro bucket seat with a ski attached to the bottom and these crutches with 2 skis attached to the end. And I looked at it, right, and I was like, you think I'm going to strap myself in that and throw myself off that? You have got another thing coming, mate. I'll go down the hill in the wheelchair, no problem, but there's no way I'm doing that. Nope. We've got a race on. It's 2 seconds now.
It's 2 seconds. It's live on stream. Yeah, Alex is struggling. I mean, naturally, look at the tire difference, and there's no comparison. It's Alex is going to have to. It may be worth trying to defend, simply because this is a battle for the lead. Trying to give your team a chance. I would say, you know, if both drivers keep it on the track, worst case scenario is that Alex will have gained about 10 seconds on Kaza through the stint. But the tire wear is truly just disgusting for Alex now. Still one more trip down Kemmel where Kaz is not in the toe. The GTR, of course, will gain some time on Kemmel, and I think by the end of Sector 2, we are going to have a fight in our hands.
Just looking in on Jacko. Still following King is.
Down to a second. Down to 8/10. Of course, Puhan tire.
Oh, it's a shredder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Munchy, munch, munch. Lovely tire.
Where's Nikki? Hang on, Ray. We got a battle for the lead.
Where's Nikki? Nikki is in 10th and is 2 minutes off Jacko. Ray.
Here we go. Will Alex defend? Is he going defensive? Sure seems like it. No. Wide at the last possible moment. They're going to go too wide through the chicane. That actually might have been best case scenario for Alex, because the acceleration advantage is going to give him an opportunity to at least keep the lead into turn 1. Although that was not a good hairpin from him there. Now Kaza in. All right, Kaza. Alex. Will Alex go defensive here? Yes. stands to reason it'll be somewhere within 5 seconds. So that battle I don't think is going to change hands. So let's quickly go down the field here. Nothing really close going on otherwise. Jacko's still content to be behind King Ears and not unlap himself. And it's possible that King Ears is going just well enough that Jacko's wouldn't be able to unlap himself.
Jacko's settled himself in. He's
Uh-oh, stream buffered. F's in the chat. We missed the overtake. Classic DJ Brohawk stream. Something unusual happens. So here we go. Kaza on the final lap of Stint 3. Currently a 1.5 second lead, but that will certainly increase just through the sheer tire differences. I mean, Alex and Softs are begging for the sweet release of death.
I've opened up a gap, big gap.
Yep. 2 seconds, but again, his tires are still in decent shape. I mean, Alex's tires are gone. It's all he can do.
Oh, these are X tires. These are tires that have ceased to be.
Stay on Kaza, please. Yes, sir. Per the request of, I believe, Stint 4's host, we are going to stay on Kaza until he comes to a complete stop. Because we had a disconnect from last minute racing when they were in P3. No, just continue with the other drivers. Well, I mean, we're almost at the end, Jaeger, anyway, so. All right, here comes Kaza. Into the pits. Halleck's 3.5 seconds behind. And so at least for this, we will get Kaza coming through slowly. Halleck's managing the fuel perfectly as well. Exactly 0 left in the tank. Fastest lap of the session goes to Project One Racing's Valkyrie with a 15.9.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely nuts.
Speaking of Valkyrie, Valkyrie now into the pits as well. There we go. There goes Hallex. Here comes Valkyrie. Checking out GT Finland. Congratulations to everyone in Stint 3.
Yeah, big congratulations to everyone. That was fun to watch.
Now GT Finland into the pits. Stint 4 officially underway, as Pez has mentioned in the comments. So Wayne, thanks again, as always, my friend, for joining me on the commentary booth.
Oh, it's been fun. Fun to watch, fun to commentate on. A few little fun facts.
Yep. Always
Maybe
a
not so
pleasure.
fun facts.
Right, lots of fun facts. In comes GT Finland into the pits. In comes Sector 7 AMG. And now here comes Grid Life. Ooh, King Ears almost missed the pit entrance.
Jacko on his final lap.
Yep. Sector 7's Vantage also on their final lap. And in comes the Sector 7 Vantage. In about a minute, we'll have Jacko.
Navigating Puon.
A couple minutes after that, we will have Lil Nicky.
He's now navigating Dave and Steve. We don't know what the name of these two corners are, so we call them Dave and Steve.
Wayne and DJ.
Wayne and DJ, yeah. Wayne and DJ curves. Coming up to Blancmont.
You refuse to spell that properly.
I don't know how to spell it, so I just spell it.
Oh my god. Aren't you the one with the track? No, Jacko getting a brown flag moment.
Track knowledge and how to spell a word.
Alright, in comes Jacko. Jacko nearly lost it.
So, thank you, DJ and Wayne, for stint number 3. We are live now with stint number 4 again. And we have the 45 car out on track again after the disconnect on the previous stint. So it's P8 for the 45 with finalized taking the wheel. P9, we see the Boomers, Sticksander, who did us the pleasure of doing comms in stint 2 alongside with Bombardier. So he's now driving the Aston Martin, and we go to the leaders and have a look at the gaps after the driver swap. So we have Lugi for the 44 Esports Race Asylum, leading 11 seconds the gap to Loose Moose Racing and TS Bab driving that 35 car now. Bit of a difference in fuel. So 35 took more fuel compared to the 44. In P3 it is Jake for Project 1 Racing. Another 23 seconds the gap currently. We see blue flags, no problems. P4, it's the GT Finland Racers. The Shadow currently driving in the 66 machine. It's 25 seconds. P5 up to P5 it is. It's Antonio again, driving for Sector 7 Racing Esports in the Lexus. So comeback continues for the team up to P5. They went all the way down to P8, P9 in the first stint. Now slowly making up some ground. P6 we have Mikugar, the AMG. And Cass now driving that one. P7, it's number 3, Grid Life Racing, the green and white Porsche. Street R Tom, 45 seconds. Then finalized for last minute racing down to P8. They were running P3, P4, something around that, when the DC happened last stint. So all the way down to P8. Let's see what they can do for the remainder of that race. Slugs indeed, it will be the karaoke stint. That one, so yeah. At some point throughout this stint number 4, it will be singing time. Let's get on the race sorted after the driver swap, and then we can get into the fun stuff. So the 764 car, Sector 7 Racing Boomers, Sticksander P9, James then for Apex Hunter Racing, the 69 McLaren in P10. A minute and 11 the gap, and P11 we have JP for Race to Salon Black at Porsche. The gap not showing to James, so let's calculate it on the fly. 7:05 versus 5:12, so that is 1 minute 57 seconds, so nearly 2 minutes it is currently. So all 11 teams running again, and yeah, you might have spotted it, it is quite dark now, so we are during the long night stint shifts now for this 24-hour race. So we have 6 hours and 15 minutes completed, another 17 hours 45 to go. It will probably be a very long night for the drivers. I think maybe the next 3 stints, including this, will be very dark, and this could be also very tricky. And when the rain will actually hit the track, or will it hit the track, we really don't know. But this could be very difficult when the visibility gets low. For now, it doesn't look like rain so far. Very dry for this one, and I don't think we have access to the in-game weather radar. Let's quickly have a look. We run down the grid order and see if we spot something on the bottom right that could help us judging the weather. We can also try and have a look together at the lovely evening sky here at Spa Franchorchamps. Maybe we spot some dark clouds, or it gets even darker. You don't know. Hard to tell, to be honest. So for now, no weather radar on display. Three cars left. Someone willing to show us the weather. Doesn't look like. Nope. It is just the track map. It's being on display for all of us, so we don't have a clue. Lugi with some fast lap times, low 2 minute 16s. He's definitely pulling a gap now to TS Map. He's lapping 2 minute 18s, so nearly 2 seconds slower per lap. Jake for Project 1 Racing also into the 2 minute 16, so he's gaining on the 35. Aston. Shadow also doing mid to high 2 minute 16s, and the fastest driver on track seems to be Antonio for the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports Lexus. Very low 2:16s, 16.0, that fastest lap of this stint so far. Let's have a look at the other drivers' lap times. 2:17s forecast in the Mikugar AMG. 2:19s currently for Tom in the Grid Life Racing Porsche. Finalized low, mid to low 2:17s now for last minute racing in P8. Also mid to high 2:17s for the stick sander. James low 2:17s in the McLaren for Apex Hunter Racing in P10 and P11. JP 2:18s, 2:19s, and getting into the groove now, I think. Well, let's see what lap times are doable in that 77 Porsche entry for the Race Asylum Black team. So Lugi nearly 20 seconds now into the lead. And the 44 car doing everything they have to do if they want to be crowned champions of the GT Endurance Championship in 2025. Final round of that season, of course. So I can quickly bring up our race calendar in case you missed what we were doing throughout this entire year. So let's see, where do I have this graphics going on? So we started at Daytona for the 24, then we went to Bathurst for 12 hours. 8 hours of the Red Bull Ring, followed by the Nürburgring, 24 hours. Then a short one, Monza, just 8 hours, back to the 24 at Le Mans, followed by 2 8-hour races. Watkins Glen and Fuji. And last month we were racing 12 hours of Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta, and now it's Spa, the 24 hours too. And in this 2025 season, and after 9 rounds of racing, we have this championship standings. On the right hand side you see Sector 7 Racing Esports with a 1-point lead over the Esports Race Asylum team. So whoever finishes in front will be crowned champion out of those 2 teams. P3 with a massive run recently, it's Project 1 Racing, back-to-back champions, winners I should say, rounds 8 and 9. Last minute racing, a couple of points behind, that is 21, so they need a big result and finish way in front of Project 1 Racing if they want to finish on the podium for the season. Grid Life Racing in P5, they were like running most of the season on the podium in P3, but recently dropped down to P5. Yeah, also because Project 1 Racing had a great run thus far. And also, yeah, between the teams, the points, still some movement can happen this season. So this is where we stand now for that final round of the 2025 season. So TS Pep getting into the 217s now in that red and black Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Slowing down Jake's hunt. Still Jake roughly a second per lap faster. We see some sparks flying. Those conditions now lovely, I think. No rain, cool air. You're getting zoned in those endurance races. So the first night stints always something special. It is 2:16s as well for the Shadow in the 66 machine. And Antonio with the fastest lap so far throughout this 24-hour race. It's a 2-minute 15.687. Oh, pushing that Lexus. Let's do some on board. Oh, Lugi with damage into pit lane. Some minor damage at the front of his car. And he's changing tires as well, putting in some fuel now. Oh, we didn't see what happened. We just spotted the damage on the front splitter. Nothing major, but Lugi decided early to come in and fix that damage. So he's dropping down to P4. P3, P4, where is the shadow? Just on the top of Radion, flies past the 44. So from 1 to 4. Oh, and 45 seconds to get to the leaders. Also the gap between the 35 and the 20, both Aston Martins, is coming down under 15 seconds. Let's compare tires and fuel. Barely the same between the two. So they're on the, let's say, the basic idea for strategy. So running, that's the same idea, at least for now. The 66, they have less fuel compared to the top two, but they're going a bit aggressive on that first stint probably, so they're pretty sure they're running a two-stopper with that fuel strategy. Lugi under 4 seconds. Oh, that gap. And good thing is they're still in front of the number 5 car. 31 seconds currently. It would still be enough to claim the title at the end of this race. And I still think that Lugi can make a two-stop work, so a bit of a longer stint on those softs on this one and then a longer one towards the end. That's, of course, if we don't get any rain, that forces you to come in and change onto a wet tire compound. But for now, yeah, we have the two championship rivals, P4 and P5. So it's close. At the front, the gap is coming down and down between TSBAP and Jake. Loose Moose Racing versus Project One Racing. Two Aston Martins. Jake is definitely pushing. Smelling an opportunity here to take the race lead, probably. So shadow for the 66 and P3. We saw Lugi before the 44, and in P5 we have the number 5 car. And let's go through the grid. Cass for the 64, Mikura AMG in P6, lapping consistently the 2 minutes 17s. Tom in the number 3 Grid Life Racing machine, the Porsche 911. P7, 55 seconds, that gap at the moment. Finalized Also, all 2-minute 17s so far, bringing that gap down slowly to P7. The stick Xander 217s now into the 218, so that gap also stays roughly the same between P8 and P9. James, all 217s for the McLaren so far in P10, and JP hovering between 217s and 218s, currently in 11th position and roughly 7 minutes behind the leader. So I think before we get into the battle for the lead, let's prepare some singing. I'm feeling ready for the first song of the 24 hours. Let's meet for 1 second. Just bring up my equipment. So I have warned you at about 1 minute, and then I will start singing. Yeah, may sound like a threat, but I know you came for the racing, but you're staying for the hierarchy. I know it. So, one last sip out of my bottle. Stay with the leader and listening to a lovely little tune. You will probably recognize it very soon. And we are going. Get ready for some rock. Thunder, 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 thunder. Thunder, everybody! Thunder! Scored in the middle of a railroad track. Thunder! I looked round and I knew there was no turning back. Thunder! My mind raced and I thought, what could I do? Thunder! And I knew there was no help from you. Thunder, sound of the drums, beating in my heart. The thunder of guns tore me apart. You've been thunderstruck. Show your horns, come on. Broke the limit, we hit the turn. Went through the Texas, yeah Texas, and we had some fun. We met some girls, Some dancers who gave a good time broke all the rules, played all the fools. Yeah, yeah, they blew our minds. And I was shaking at the knees. Could I come again, please? Yeah, the ladies were too kind. You've been thunderstruck. Thunderstruck. Yeah, thunderstruck. Ooh, thunderstruck. Yeah. Well, I was shaking at the knees. Could I come again, please? Come on, rock with me. Bringing the thunder in the chat. We're going for the second part of the song, and let's go. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Thunderstruck! Thunderstruck! Yeah, thunderstruck! Thunderstruck! Yeah, say it, yeah! It's alright! We're doing fine! Yeah! It's alright! We're doing fine, so fine, thunderstruck! Yeah, thunderstruck! Thunderstruck, thunderstruck! Whoa, baby, thunderstruck! Yeah, thunderstruck! 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 You've been thunderstruck! Woo! Again. That was good. Thank you all. Beautiful, I know. Just a 10 out of 10 cupcake, 11 out of 10, at least. At least. I'm not having a stroke. No, I'm feeling relaxed now. It's all good. So, just grabbing my keyboard again, and now let's pretend nothing happened and we have a look at the race situation again. So, the gap has come down between TS Bab and Jake, under 10 seconds, 8.3 currently. So Jake is still catching. Oh, Cupcake, 15 out of 10. Woo-hoo-hoo. The Shadow in P3. That gap to Lugi coming down. Lugi is pushing after the forced pit stop. He repaired a little bit of damage and lost, of course, some time, but is now back into the 2 minute 16th. It is. Thor, I like that Ray. Antonio in P5, also still lapping in the 2 minute 16th. So both Antonio and Lugi catching the leaders. Yeah. Don't think Brian Johnson would approve what I just did. Also, like, every time I'm doing this sing-along stuff, I'm prepared to get a copyright claim for the stream at some point. So far, it didn't happen. So this could only mean that my performance is so bad that even YouTube thinks, nah, this is not worth of a copyright claim. So it has nothing to do with the original. So, but maybe this time I'm giving my best to earn the IRO channel a copyright claim. Trust me. Seems like, see, that might be the genius move I do. Being way out of tune to not run into those issues. And I knew I get your blood pumping. With Thunderstruck, you can never go wrong. It's always a banger. Oh, Ray with the gifted memberships, 5 in a row. And who gets it? A lap in GT. Hey. Jay gets one. L. Clark, welcome to the crew. Wick and Moose. It's like, see, if I actually could, like, really do it on purpose using a different key or whatever. It's just like my natural talent to miss every single tone. But yeah, thank you, Ray, for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. So roughly 40 minutes into stint number 4. And the drivers are also getting closer towards their first scheduled pit stop. I think most of the dreams will go for the 2-stop. Soft for these 2 hours. And it's 6 seconds between the top 2. Lap times are slowly fading and the shadow is in. So they didn't put in that much fuel for the first part of their stint. Or under-fueled compared to the other drivers. So they needed to come in for fuel now. Going for slightly longer stints now on those softs. Also, the same idea behind the number 5 strategy. Also coming in low on fuel. $50 liters and a fresh set of, I reckon, soft tires for the 66 car. Leaving pit lane, then we'll get confirmation. It's softs again. Interesting also, the 64 car in. So just 17, 18 laps, something like that, for the first stint. A bit more fuel for Antonio and the 5 crew. And softs again. How long will the leaders stay out? Down to 4.8 between Loose Moose Racing and Project One Racing. Oh, you reckon, Sluxy? Will be going that long on a one stop for the 35? Fuel could be okay. And it will struggle with the tires, pretty sure, if they go that long. .5, so it's still coming down. Between them, that they're on a fairly similar strat. Yeah, Jack's still gaining, definitely. Nice. But not able to run the 217s anymore. Low 218s now. And a little bit of traffic as well. Yeah, but still quicker than TS Bab in the lead. We dropped into the 2-minute 19s now. But staying out. Maybe they are committed to that one stop, and they know they will be suffering on those last 2 laps on their stint. Lugi up to P3 again. 30 seconds the gap to Jake in P3, and he definitely has better tires at this stage compared to the front two. But also not the freshest tires of them all. So the Shadow and also Antonio in P5, they just pitted. They're on the 2-stopper, so they will be pushing, they will be gaining now those laps with fresh soft tires and roughly half a tank of fuel in their car. Is a developing better than 3.3, but probably won't. Can the 20 catch the 35 before the pit stop? Yeah, not much between the two cars, so judging the tire wear. Lap times, though, tell us Jake is still gaining. 3 seconds. So no traffic for TS Bab in the lead. Or he won't be distracted for quite some time now. Oh, 3/10 gain through the first sector already. Yeah, Jake is flying. So look at Lugi, so he's a bit of out of sync with his strategy due to the early pit stop with the damage that appeared. So well, we probably have to wait all the way until the final pit stop for Lugi to get a better picture about the gaps between the drivers. Two minutes 16 again for Antonio. Because after the pit stop, with a half-second penalty on that second flying lap. And Tom in 7th. Yeah, the tires seen better days, but will probably still be good for another 4 to 5 laps. So they're going for the one stop. The number 3 again, pretty sure about that. What about finalized for last minute racing? Also going for a long stint, so maybe also trying to get that one stop in for this one nighttime stint. Maybe cooler conditions can help with the tire wear. Oh no, stick Xander on low fuel, so he will be pitting very soon in that 764 Aston Martin in the Boomer Mobile. James in the McLaren for Apex Hunter Racing. Tire wear pretty decent after such a long time. This looks definitely like a one-stopper on softs. And JP on the outlap again. And here we go. Jake probably getting into slipstream range by the end of lap 23. Mid to high 218s now for P1R and high 219s for LMR. So I cannot change camera positions. Why? Game. Well, I need to do it like this then. Okay. Controller to the rescue. Into the slipstream range, just over a second, starting lap 24. Not getting that much closer. Gaining a little bit. Into Brussels and gaining during the braking phase. Yeah, down towards Pouhon we go. Another half a tenth. Ooh, went a little bit wide on the exits, still gaining half a second now. Oh, will tire wear, big lift needed through Stavilo. Not flat anymore. Yeah, the front tires are basically toast. But maybe one more. Yep, going for one more. We could see an overtake now happening. Coming out of Lasurs, 3.5. Who needs to time the gap? Now a bit out of the direct slipstream. Being too close, I think already. 2.5 tenths. Oh, fifth gear downshift for TS Map. Avoids the penalty, but loses the position to Jake. So we have a new race leader after, yeah, that is, what's that? I'm bad at math now. It's 7 hours in and P1R into the lead. Yeah, tires are that for both of the Aston Martins. Already opening up a gap after the overtake. So most likely this will be the in-lap for both drivers. Going then for 26 for the second stint of their driver stint. So it's either now 26 or the next 26. What's it gonna be? It's one more for Jake, and also one more. So they have to probably extend that one for one more lap to also be able to complete the second half of their stint. Lugi catching in P4, 24 seconds now. Lugi needs to pit again. Can't make it all the way till the end. The Shadow also on a 2-stop stint strategy, and he will have really good tires towards the end of that stint number 4. And probably the same goes for Antonio in the number 5 car. Last time around the 15.8. Then we see low 16s. So at the moment the fastest driver on the track. Bit of hot lapping at this stage, and Jake nearly 3 seconds now at that gap. TS perhaps struggling now with the tire wear. 220, 221 those last 2 laps. The understeer must be real now in the Aston, looking at the front tires. Pretty sure we will see the pit stop now for Jake and TS Pep, which will, yeah, pretty sure get Lugi back into the lead. No, Jake doing another one, and TS Pep as well. I'm a bit confused, but they know what they're doing. They've practiced. Oh, rain. Hello. I still don't, but this work. We have rain. Maybe they extend and see if they could, like, get the perfect timing. If it gets wet enough to put on the inters. It's raining. Yeah, clearly, it's raining, and I see a little bit of moisture on the track as well appearing. Yeah, windshield wiper is going steady, in a steady position, not going on off. So it looks like constant rain currently falling down. Track not really picking up the rain though. Yadi, I don't know what that song is, to be honest. So the wetness is creeping in. We're getting closer to the first bar on the wetness indicator. But it's still not above. Looking at Jake's perspective, yeah, rain comes in like at a constant rate. So will he pit pointers? I think we see increasing rain. Leaders are in. Just reaching that first bar now. So it's still drivable on slicks. No need to pit for inters now. But they have access to weather. It looks like it will be more rain. So that must be perfect timing for the top 2. They didn't have to do an extra pit stop because of the rain. Perfect timing by the looks of it. So will the other drivers follow into pit lane as well, or will they risk it? Staying out on slicks. It's still drivable in those conditions. 66 stayed out. What about the number 5? So here we see more rain. Heavy rain now indeed. Slowly going over to that first bar. So now it would be tricky. Antonio coming in, so the 66, they roll the dice. Staying out. Up to P2 for now. Jake is on interest. And the 20, TS Pep as well. Lugi on intermediates as well. We need to go back on board and see. Like, I don't think... Is it? It's not raining hard. It's now increasing at Le Combe. So I guess it was the correct call to go on to the inters. Looks like we will have a bit of a longer period now with the rain. It's still right, like on the edge now between the intermediates and slicks. If it keeps on raining, then it will be intermediates. It's increasing through Pouhon. Look at that heavy rain coming down. Definitely intermediate. So we go to the Shadow, who is still on those 6 tires. And yeah, he's struggling for grip. Now, definitely intermediate territory. Ooh, can he go in it? Nearly lost the car. Good catch. Now he has to be extra cautious now. Braking for the chicane. Early. Don't go for any heroics. Can he get it stopped? He has to pit now. Awkward situation. TS Web right behind, so he'll make it into pit lane safely. And then we go to the 35. It's raining, man. That's what it is, okay? I don't think it's raining, man. It's just raining. So how much time did the Shadow lose staying out on those softs? Opportunity for Antonio to close that gap. So in pit lane goes, and it's still raining. Putting in the fuel. There's Antonio. Quite some time to go on the outlap. Also put in the fuel during that pit stop. But yeah, it's a heavy rain now, so we're getting closer towards full wet tire conditions. It's intermediates though for the 66. And Antonio comes around Lassus. More fuel for the number 5 car it is. So new situation now, race. Jake into the lead, nearly 10 seconds for the 20 car. The 35 car in P2. And Lugi just 10 seconds behind, so gained on TS BAP in P2. Rain still coming down. And Shadow in P4. Staying out for one more lap in tricky conditions. Antonio P5, we saw that. Then a minute and 22 cast in the 64 AMG. Tom in P7 in the number 3 Porsche for Grid Life Racing. Also on the intermediates. Finalized in the 45 car. 20 seconds that gap on the intermediates as well. Looks like everyone now on inters. Sticksander P9, 45 seconds that gap. James with a good stint so far. He's gaining time to the drivers in front. P10 still, but with a solid stint so far. And JP in P11 in the 77 Race Asylum Black Porsche. So the entire grid now on the intermediate tire compound, while we still see that rain coming down, not easing off at all. And this is James behind the 35. Looks like James has more pace. And now a heavy downpour. So even the intermediates might struggle now. Yeah, you see the rear getting loose, and we are that second bar now. So into heavy wet conditions now. Can the drivers survive on the intermediates? It is now extremely wet and tricky to drive even on the inters. This is probably the heaviest rain we've seen so far in this race, as drivers are staying out. Still feeling confident, comfortable. James trying to unlap himself. Yeah, he's going for the move into La Source. Goes wide, a little bit of contact. Woo! But no, probably gets the run. Oh, tricky. Look at that rain now. It's treacherous. Hard to judge for the drivers. Even the camera is struggling to keep up with the rain in those conditions. The visibility extremely poor now, and it also doesn't really help that it's like dark all the way, so visibility not great. A couple of corners, there are some track lights, but yeah, many parts of the track you don't really see that much, and extremely difficult for now. Still the rain continues. Just hovering about that second bar, so between heavy wet and intermediates, so still not easy to drive, especially turn 1 gets very wet at pit exit out of La Source, and Eau Rouge has a big lift needed. Everybody so far doing really good. Didn't see any spins. No one is running with damage, from what I can tell at this stage. Finalized gaining on Tom though. P7 versus P8. Number 3 versus the 45 car. Under 5 seconds that gap. It looks like it's easing up a little bit through the middle sector, the track, so not much rain coming down, but it will probably take quite some time for the track to dry. Yeah, looks like rain has stopped. So I think the worst is over for the drivers for now. It doesn't mean that it gets any easier now. I feel like in trying conditions, these are the most difficult to master. So it's in your decision when to pit for slick tires. And if you're on slick tires, you shouldn't touch the track edges and the curbs. You cannot go full attack. And especially when it's dark, easy to touch. So to play it safe, probably you stay out for 1 or 2 extra laps on intermediates, risking the soft tires, even if they are faster, like might be too much. If you touch a wet patch somewhere, you lose way more time. And Lugi in slipstream range. We just spotted more rain. Okay, so just a short breather. The rain is back. So no trying track indeed. It is wet again. Lugi with a mistake went too deep, losing a second instantly. So we catch the onboard again and we see here the heavy rain is back. We are into heavy wet conditions again. So an up and down. What a challenge for those drivers it is. It has become, let's put it that way. So very unpredictable conditions for the entire 24 hours. So here we see the rain is easing off a little bit and it gets stronger into La Sur. So it's like different conditions every corner now. Heavy rain, pit exit, down into Eau Rouge we go. Lugi with the run into La Source. Let's see, a big lift, but carrying the speed somewhat. Not as good as TS Bab in front, so lost a little bit. Through the middle sector, Lugi seems to be catching better conditions for that Nissan, arguably. Then on acceleration, the Aston Martin pulling away a little bit. But I think overall, Lugi seems to be catching. Oh, it's still raining. .2, definitely a good run. Can he get into the big slipstream range with the heavy toe? A second for now. Exit out of La Source crucial. I think he touched the inside wall. Or was close, but losing some time now. This time a better run through Eau Rouge and Radion. Staying now with the TS Pep, bringing that gap down, 7/10. Still, spray is kicking up. Offline, but that's the rain racing line. Oh, and drifting it. Ooh, nearly lost the car. And now losing the car. Oh! Lugi, no. So also my replay button is not working. Sorry for that, but we saw it like happening. The rear just went. The good news, so there is no damage on the 44 car, but definitely they lost time. 11 seconds gone for the 44. Back to the drawing board. The conditions seem to be improving slightly, so we're not into that heavy rain anymore. Also track conditions now probably sitting in between the first and the second bar, so you can judge it by yourself. So it's usually a time when you can go a bit more aggressive on those intermediates again. But we still see there is in some parts of the track still rain falling down, so we won't get a dry racing line very soon. Will take at least 3-4 laps, I reckon. And for the drivers, and to make that decision, finalized the 45 car, they got past Tom in the number 3 for Grid Life Racing, so up 1 position for last minute racing. 1 minute and 5 seconds to the next car it is. Yeah, now no more rain for the final sector. Briefly, heading into the first corner. Let's see. Yeah, wipers coming on again, so it's not fully gone, the rain, but very light now. It doesn't really hit the track that much, so we are getting closer to the slick tires. But here onto the Camel Straight, it is still like too wet, way too wet to even think about going on to slicks. So really sector dependent now. And if you look at James here, the final sector out of Stavelot into Blanchimont, we still see the rain. And yeah, so would be surprised to see anyone pitting for slicks. Oh, James went off track. And here we go again into the chicane. We see the heavy rain is back. always just a little bit of a breather for the drivers. Then rain is coming back. Will it stay for the entire stint? That would be also interesting. One of the big gainers this event, a couple of events recently with the rain, definitely Project 1 Racing, the number 20 car now with a 25-second lead over the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. So that really played into the hands of Project 1 Racing. They were just in need of a pit stop when the rain was coming, so perfect timing. Same also for the 35 car, but in those wet conditions, the 20 car and Jake on a different level now. Big gap. Lugi, after that mistake, gap down to 8 seconds again, so he's pushing. The Shadow in P4, but I think now the rain has stopped. No, don't see any raindrops currently on the track, so yeah. Also first sector, no more rain. Into the final sector, also no more rain falling down from above. Ooh, big wiggle. That's the AMG. Alright, so who will be brave and hit for the slicks? We are around about that first bar now on the indicator. As soon as you go offline, it's still very wet. So no need probably for Jake in the lead to risk something. Maybe. Yeah, here we go, the first one. Antonio is in. He thinks it's time to risk that. Basically, they have to risk it. See if they can gain some time with that old strategy call. The other drivers might be following soon. But the pit exit will be tricky, so we will stay with Antonio and see how he handles that uphill right left passage. He's on softs. Yeah, he used the traction control for the pit exit. Now he's onto a quite dry racing line. It's not a big one, but like if you can stay on this racing line and avoid the curbs, so you will be fine. At Spa, you usually wanna make use of those curbs inside outside on many of those corners. A bit of a adjustment to make than for your usual racing line. Antonio should be experienced enough to know where he can risk it, and Lugi is in as well, the second driver, going on to the slick tire compound. Jake staying out on the interest TS Pep as well, so the leaders 1, 2, then Lugi is in, Shadow into pit lane, and Antonio completing the first lap on the racing softs. Didn't look too sketchy for now. So the gap to the 66 in P4 was roughly 10 seconds, if I can remember correctly. Oh, also a bit of damage for the 66. Antonio comes around Lassource. Shadow is leaving the pits now. He's on the soft tire compound. Going slow uphill. Not as quick as Antonio. And here comes the Sector 7 Racing Esports driver and gets the undercut done. Gained massively on the 66. So a strong move so far. The leader is in now as well. 35 staying out for one more. Pretty sure they will lose that position to the 44. Now if Lugi can stay away from the wet parts and keep it clean, so the pace on the soft tires should be much better. Jake coming out of the pits, aggressive, no drama on pit exit. Lugi completed that first lap on the softs. Antonio 4 seconds the gap to Shadow, who is still on the out lap. Still needs to figure out where to push, where to let off. What is the advantage for those who did already one lap in those mixed conditions? Cass is on the out lap on soft tires. The 45 is in, the same for the number 3. Now switching from inters to slicks. Sticksander already on soft tires, so an early pit stop for the boomers. James is still running on the inters. They're also going for the extra lap just to be sure, and JP doing the same, still on the intermediates. TS Pap and the 35 car, they have to pit now. They're losing too much time. Yeah, in they go. And we have Project 1 Racing taking the lead again. Lugi P3, will he be able to jump TSWAP and the 35 car? So still not arrived at their pit box. Now he's in for service. There's Lugi crossing the start finish line, heading into turn number 1, La Source. And the 35 coming out of the pit lane. Didn't put in fuel, I think. There's Lugi, Rouge, Radion, and he jumped TSWAP up to P2 for the 44, P3 for the 35. Cardau and James with another on-lapping move on the 35. Maybe this time he can open up the gap, get out of that blue flag distance. P4, we see the number 5 Lexus for Sector 7 Racing Esports. Okay, already testing the inside curbs. Racing line, outside curb also now. It's still wet. Need to keep that car straight when touching those curbs. P5 for the 66 crew. And P6 for the 64, 1 minute 41. The gap another minute. Then for finalized for last minute racing. The gap to Street Atom and the number 3 Porsche up to 9 seconds. And the 764 Aston 25 seconds behind in P9. James on those soft tires after unlapping himself from Loose Moose Racing. 50 seconds roughly in that gap. JP in P11 now on the racing softs as well. So the entire grid pitted and is on the slick tire compound for probably the remainder of this stint. With 35 seconds now, the lead for Project 1 Racing. Esports Race Asylum in P2. And Loose Moose Racing P3. Our mission now is to avoid any mistakes, any off tracks for the remaining 11 laps, 10 laps it is, sorry, including this one. So end of lap 51 is where we see the next driver swaps happening. We're running with the top 3. The number 5 drew in P4, a minute down. Another minute. No, another 9 seconds, so 1 minute 16 to the leaders. 66 in P5. So this means we have 5 cars on the lead lap. Then from P6 down, the drivers and teams are at least 1 lap down. So far, Cass in P6 for Mekugar, finalized in P7 for last minute racing. Sridhar Tom in P8 for Grid Life Racing. Stick Sander in P9 for the Boomers. And the Aston Martin is closing that gap on the Porsche in front. Also James for Apex Hunter Racing in P10. Less than 50 seconds. Now that gap into P9. So gained quite some time during this stint for AHR. What's the gap? JP to James. Oh, that's 4 minutes and a bit currently. It's what was like the closest. Let's have a look. 20 seconds for Antonio to Tierspap, P3, P4, so that will take a while, I think. And roughly 10 seconds between Antonio and Shadow, P4, P5. Cass is in for a pit stop. He has damage. We will lose some time, so I think it was like 35 seconds for a pit stop. Then if he fixes the damage, another 2 to 3 seconds, looking at the severeness of that one. So yeah, definitely losing majority of his gap to finalized in P7. So already out, just repaired the damage. Didn't change tires, didn't refuel. The gap was roughly 50 seconds now. Let's see the gap when they arrive at Les Combes. Oh no! Finalized with a spin just when he was catching. He avoids damage but loses so much time. Sorry, I don't get the replay on. The keyboard is not responding, unfortunately, for this stint. But yeah, finalized, drops a position down to P8 and losing like a crazy. Would be probably around about 10 seconds behind Cass after their pit stop now. It is 33 and needs to catch Tom again. on those remaining 9 laps before the swap. So, a costly mistake from the 45 crew. And they see their chances disappearing for a podium finish for the season. Yeah, their main rivals, P3 in the championship, currently leading the race, Project 1 Racing. And the 45 need to finish in front of them and get probably 2 more teams in between if they want to get past them in the final championship standings. So for now, looking very promising for Project 1 Racing to keep that P3 overall, and they're also in a really good position now to go for the hat-trick. 3 wins in a row. This would be amazing. Yeah, really exciting stint number 4 with the rain midway through this one. So we're looking at the lap times, and Jake, increasing the lead, 37 seconds now to Lugi in P2, another 13 to TS Vap in the 35 machine. Antonio for our championship leaders in P4 currently, closing that gap 15 seconds to P3. Also, they need to finish in front of the Esports Race Asylum team if they want to be crowned champions in 2025. There's just a 1 point gap between the teams, so bring up the championship standings again for you. So after 9 rounds, Sector 7 Racing Esports with 469 points, and the Esports Race Asylum team with 468 for the season. So this is between both of the teams. Who finishes in front will be champion. In P3 we have Project 1 Racing, and currently leading the race. The gap to the leaders is too big to have a look at the overall title. But that podium in the end seems to be very much possible, with Last Minute Racing currently running in P8 and Crit Life Racing in P7 currently, so they're the closest rivals for that P3 spot. The track now on the racing line definitely dry. When we're getting closer to those fast lap times, to 16s, to 17s, maybe incoming. See, currently running to 18s for the leader, Lugi as well, to 18. To 19s, it is for TS Bab in the 35. Aston Martin for Loose Moose Racing. 218s for Antonio as well. The Shadow 219, so losing a little bit. Again, Cass in P6, 227 last time around. Had a moment, I think. Has damage again. It's 16 seconds to Tom. 26 also not the cleanest lap. Last time around finalized with that 2-minute 43 on lap 42. It was a big moment and closing the gap. And also Stick Sander in the Boomer Mobile, the 764, just 5 seconds to finalize with a 2-minute 20.3, nearly the same lap time as finalized in P2. Looks like we will see the battle for P7 really soon. Three blue flags as well, not really helping the drivers in that fight for position. Who is that car? It is our race leader, Jake for Project 1 Racing. Now getting close to the 45 and the number 3 car, while they are also getting into a battle, so this could get interesting. Driving offline, it's still a bit wet. It's also not easy for the overtaking car and for the to-be overtaken car. Both need to be now very careful. Where's the best opportunity to make it safe for everyone? A big gain for finalized on Tom. So maybe the Camel Straight can be the good opportunity. Wasn't close enough. We had to respect the blue flags though. What about Tom now? He's in an awkward situation now. Through the middle sector, not easy. He yeets to the left, gives room for a race leader, and now finalized within 0.3 of a second. Where to go for the move now for the 45 car? That will be the question. So sorry, a bit distracted. I need to prepare the driver swap sequence. So bear with me for 1 second. You won't be missing a thing. Though, while I'm trying to get the next stint up for you. Oh, it's still the 3 in P7, the 45 in P8. They're on lap 47, where is the leader? Lap 49, and of lap 51 is where we see the driver swap. So Tom doing a good job defending that position against his race silent teammate, but they're on different teams for the IRO season. Grid Life Racing versus Last Minute Racing. Now a bit of a wiggle, touches the curb on the outside. They go for a brief moment side by side into throttles, but it's hard to do that side by side all the way through. The next attempt more finalized. Maybe again the chicane. Half a second, that's not close enough. And we also see that Stick Sander is closing that gap, so it could become a three-way fight for P7. Half a second. And the Aston Martin getting into slipstream range as well. We're going uphill once again. Crest of Radeon. It's still roughly half a second. That Porsche was quick in a straight line with that setup for 10th. The Nissan not gaining enough by the end of the Camel Straight. Needs to wait for the next opportunity. A quick look, lap 50 for the race leader. And a quick look, TS Web versus Antonio, 7 seconds. So back to this amazing fight for P7 towards the end of stint number 4. And also chat viewers, so part 1 of this broadcast will end very soon. You will be redirected to part 2 automatically. So once this part ends, part 2, we will continue with the racing action. Shaky, not shaky, it's Jake, the seagull for Project 1 Racing, 38 seconds. The gap. He is starting the final lap. Stint number 4. Lugi in P2. TS Bab in P3. And Antonio P4, 6 seconds. The gap 15 seconds to Shadow on the 66 crew. Cass in P6, still running with damage. losing a little bit of time to those 3 cars. Still nothing has changed. Tom finalized and Stick Sander 7, 8 and 9 on lap 59. So they have a bit more to go during this stint. And once again, the 3 Porsche keeps his nose in front after the Camel Straight, heading into Les Combes exit, Normandy down into Brussels. Jake midway through the lap. The Sector 7 Racing Aston Martin now in a good position. If something happens between Finalized and Tom, he will pick up the pieces. Here we go. Driver swap, quarter number 20 in, and they go. So we will get the transition now onto the screen for you. Bear with me for 1 second, we'll stay with this. Close battle for P7, of course, and as soon as we see some cars on track for stint number 5, we will go for that one, and it will be Nolander who is covering stint number 5 for all of us. And yeah, this part then will stop, and part 2 of the broadcast will continue. Now, Tom defends, finalized around the outside into Les Combes they go, and finalized with the move finally. He makes it work. Top 3 are in the pits. And now let's see if we can get the picture-in-picture on for you. Yep, here we go. Still not over yet. There are 1.5 laps to go for those 3. Also nearly touched the Astro on the outside. So top 5 are in. 64 has to do another lap, 20 seconds step cap. 2 finalized in P7 for the 45 car. Tom in 8th for Grid Life Racing in the number 3 Porsche, and Stick Sander in the 764 Aston Martin. Oh, a little mistake. And inside for Stick, and he sends it into La Source. Cutback attempt for Tom, and there was a bit of contact. Unlucky, couldn't get the cut back, though. Good news for Finalized, a little gap now to Stick Sander and Tom, P8 and P9. and we heard like in stint number 5 the leaders had a big spin, so we'll go full screen. I think now for stint number 5 with no lander, it can tell us what happened. And pretty soon, but yeah, as I've mentioned, we will end this stream now and we will continue then with stint number 5 for you in part 2. So we'll be back in less than 30 seconds in part 2. See you there.